as we work across chambers to get answers for the people of Texas. And to my fellow committee members, I am grateful for your willingness to serve in this capacity. The gravity of this work is real, and I believe each of you feels it. It will continue to demand diligence, fairness, and an unwavering commitment to getting this right. Finally, to the families who lost loved ones and the communities that are still healing, we understand that no proceeding can undo what has been lost. The grief you carry is immeasurable, and the courage it takes to be here or to watch from home is not lost on us. This moment carries real weight, and we do not take it lightly. What we can offer and are committed to is a process grounded in accountability, transparency, and a full examination of the facts. You deserve to know exactly what happened and why. This committee will not rest. I guarantee you, we will not rest until we have done everything within our power to provide that. Thank you. Members, does anyone wish to say anything? Speaker Moody.
Thank you, Chairman Meyer, Chairman Flores, and echo everything that you all said. The amount of trauma and tragedy that came down in the Hill Country last year is something that still very hard to comprehend. And there's nothing, and you all have said this, there's nothing that legislators can do to change that. And that does, I think, at times make us feel very helpless. But I think the goals of what the chairman have both stated is what we're here to do. And I know we're going to hear from some folks that have suffered the largest loss that we could ever imagine. But our task in front of us is what we can do to prepare better, to make sure that in crisis the response is adequate, and that in the aftermath of a crisis we are caring for people and not re-traumatizing them. I also know, and I want to, I appreciate everybody mentioning our investigators and the team that went out there, because the painful stories that we have heard and will hear have all been channeled through this team. And it was 4 years ago, almost to the day here, when I first met Casey, Mike, and their team, when we went down to Uvalde. Casey, when I saw you last week, all of that rushed back, I know, for you and for me. So as we hear from Casey today, just understand she's asked to do this work because she is brilliant and she is hardworking and she knows how to get to the truth of the matter. But she is a human being who is absorbing a lot of very difficult information, seeing things and hearing things that no one should have to. And I want to thank you for your work and your team for your work, because it's incredibly difficult what you do. But I want to say thank you. And just as we go through today, just know that we are here to support you in all the work that you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker Moody. Members, any other? All right, thank you. Today we will hear from the investigators tasked to examine the 2025 flooding event and to produce the briefing that we will see today. Members of the public can leave comments through the comment portal linked on both meeting notices online and posted outside the committee room. Members, I'd ask that you limit questions if possible during the investigator's presentation. There will be an opportunity for extensive questions and answers afterwards, and many of your questions may be addressed in the presentation itself. With that, the chair calls the investigators, Casey Garrett and Judge Michael Massengale, to present their findings.
Chairman Meyer, Chairman Flores, members of the committee, it's good to see you all again, and good morning. Thank you, Representative Moody, for those incredibly kind words. It means a lot to me. We did get quite close 4 years ago in Uvalde on very unfortunate circumstances, but I cannot thank you enough for those very, very kind words. As you know, my name is Casey Garrett. This is Michael Massengale. You guys have asked us to do a factual and objective investigation into the July 4th, 2025 flooding event. You specifically charged us with limiting our scope to the events at Camp Mystic, with some context leading up to and shortly after those critical hours at Camp Mystic. Obviously, I don't have to tell you that there's a lot of people that want the investigation to be more wide-ranging. Obviously, I leave that up to the legislature to take care of. I just want to make clear that our marching orders were to focus on the scope that you gave us, and we have done that. As Representative Moody pointed out, the way I got involved in this investigation was that 4 years ago I got a call from now Speaker Burrows to help with the House Legislative Investigative Committee into the Robb Elementary shooting in Uvalde. Judge Massengale was also asked to participate in that, and that's where we became actually really good friends and colleagues. And I'm thankful for that experience. It was difficult, and I never dreamed that there'd be another mass casualty of children bigger than what happened in Uvalde. But here we are. I'd also like to introduce Heather McFarland and Kim Parks, also members of our team. Kim and I met at the district attorney's office in Houston many, many years ago, 33 years ago. We were both longtime prosecutors, and we're both criminal trial attorneys now. Judge Massengale spent 10 years at Baker Botts, became a partner, then became a justice on the Texas Court of Appeals for 10 years, and is currently in private arbitration practice. Heather has also been an attorney, a civil trial attorney for almost 30 years, and is also involved in mediation and arbitration. Essentially, in a very small but mighty team, you're getting about 120 years of legal experience. All of us, as a living, investigate cases, interview witnesses, and write conclusions and findings, and that's what you're getting from us. This has been a very aggressive timeline, as you know. And we have dedicated really our entire practices to this project over the last few months. And I will say, completely honored, just absolutely honored. When Speaker Burrows called me in the fall to see if we were interested in doing this, it was a hard answer, of course, but it was an easy answer. I'm excited that we have been able to be a part of this public service. So thank you for that opportunity. I do want to point out, I know that you guys are well aware of this, but it bears commenting on. Our presentation today is intended to be strictly factual. Sometimes it's a little bit hard to not bleed over into opinions, but we have tried really hard to keep this as objective and as factual as we possibly can. Unlike the litigation, right? Chairman Flores, you said it so well, this is not about judgment, it's about change. And every single person, including myself, is hungry for you guys to take the call to action and make some change that can make this tragedy at least, make a modicum of sense. So just wanted to point that out before we get started. But I'll just start with some of our source material. That 120 witness interviews is closer to 140 or 150 now. We will continue to interview witnesses as we lead into May and getting the final report written. I have personally interviewed every single family that was impacted by this. I have interviewed every single member of the Eastland family. I have interviewed parents of children that survived from the relevant cabins that children died in. I have interviewed campers. Although I didn't solicit talking to children, some of them wanted to talk to me and some of their parents wanted them to talk to me. I have spoken with counselors. I have interviewed witnesses in Houston, Dallas, Austin, San Antonio, Belleville. I've been on Zoom calls with witnesses from Poland, Maine, Tennessee, Colorado, Alabama. We have spent the last few months interviewing witnesses. And that's the only way to get the information that we need. So we've done that. We have been to Camp Mystic multiple times. Let me back up for 1 second on the witnesses. I would like to say that everybody, for the most part, with a few very minor exceptions, has been completely cooperative. Completely cooperative. We have had access to, again, all of the family members. We've had access to all of the Eastlands. All of the lawyers that have been involved have been tremendously cooperative. We've received information from the civil lawyers on both sides. We have really not faced any significant impediments other than people's trauma and not wanting to talk so much about that. So I do want to point out how cooperative everybody has been. We have been to Camp Mystic multiple times. We have done site tours. We were given unfettered access. We did walkthroughs with members of the Eastland family. We didn't feel like we were impeded at all on that. Transcripts of all the hard work that you and some of your colleagues did last summer. That was a lot of really important information. 911 calls, audio witness statements, all the media reporting, newspaper articles, lots of information from the civil suits. Again, the lawyers have all been really helpful with this process. Reviewing information from both sides. We've attended as many court hearings as we can, and we've reviewed transcripts from those court hearings, which again have been provided to us by the lawyers. And then, of course, you guys know, and you know from the Uvalde experience, what a brilliant writer Judge Massengale is. He's been working on a preliminary report as we have been giving him information for this entire time. So you're going to see a really well-written report. Let's talk about Camp Mystic, because to understand some of this story, you have to understand Camp Mystic. And I think one of the things that helped me in this process is that I didn't know anything. I didn't know much about, I mean, obviously I know about the hill country, but I didn't know much about like the topography and that kind of thing. And I really knew nothing about Camp Mystic. Everything I know about Camp Mystic now, I learned from people in this room. But it's important, right? Because it's actually, what I learned is it's a culture. It's a thing. It's a very big part of people's lives. It is a private Christian camp for girls, located on approximately 720 acres. Again, having been out there, it's absolutely beautiful. It's just absolutely beautiful property. I can see why people have loved it for 100 years. It's absolutely beautiful. It was formed in 1926, again, 100 years ago. It was bought in 1939 by the Eastland family. It was run for many years by a beloved couple named Ine and Frank Harrison. When Dick and Tweety Eastland graduated from college, they moved to Camp Mystic to begin learning how to run it. They worked under Mrs. Eastland explained to us that they worked under the tutelage of Ine and Frank Harrison until they began to take over the camp in approximately 1987. It is currently separated into two campuses, the Cypress Lake campus and the Guadalupe River campus. The Cypress Lake campus is newer. I believe it was built in approximately 2019 and opened in 2020. And the Guadalupe River campus, of course, has existed since 1926. Some important things about Mystic, right? It's touted as rustic. It is rustic. It's absolutely beautiful. It's completely communing with nature when they're out there. There's no air conditioning. There's no cell phones. These are long sessions that these girls go. They go for a month. They have very limited contact with parents. It's deeply religious, and it's definitely what I've learned is what I would call sort of an obedience-encouraged culture. These aren't bad things, right? It's not bad or good. It's wonderful for your child to be able to disconnect from cell phones, right? And really everybody I talked to, including the counselors, said we loved not having cell phones. We loved having an excuse to disconnect. So it's not a criticism that they didn't have cell phones, it's just a fact. So regarding the obedience culture, again, that's not a bad thing. We want to teach our children to follow rules. We want to teach them to learn how to win or lose. We want to teach them to be part of teams and tribes, and that was very encouraged at Camp Mystic. But it was a play-by-the-rules situation. And again, I say that factually from multiple interviews of people that said things like, I would have gotten in trouble if I knew I couldn't do that because it broke the rules. I mean, it was a very rule-oriented obedience culture, and I think that also you'll see played out a little bit as well with the Eastland family and the way the family was run by the patriarch, Dick Eastland. Multi-generational. I mean, there are people in this room whose grandmothers went to Camp Mystic, whose mothers went to Camp Mystic, their aunts, their cousins, their sisters. This is an acceptance letter that Missy Peck received regarding her daughter Lulu. Since she's a relative of a former Mystic girl, she'll be considered a Mystic grandchild. It was an honor. Almost 1/3 of girls are Mystic grandchildren. It is great. Your daughter will be coming to continue the tradition. It was about tradition. It was about legacy. It's not to say that there weren't girls there that went and their mothers didn't go. That certainly did happen. But for sure, the lion's share of the situation was a multi-generational, put your daughter on the wait list at birth. This was, wives telling their new husbands that if we have a daughter, she'll go to Mystic. It was a known thing. It was a very traditional culture. So we talked a little bit about the two different campuses. Cypress Lake, and I'm so glad that you members were out there last week so you could get some perspective about what the layout is like. The relevant portion of our investigation is the Guadalupe River campus. So the Guadalupe River campus is, this cursor is kind of sensitive, there we go. This area right here, it's separated into these two major areas, the Flats and Senior Hill. Up this hill is the campus, Cypress Lake campus, that was unaffected for the most part by the floods. So let's talk a little bit about the hierarchy at Camp Mystic. What you're seeing here are the members of Mystic's year-round full-time staff. The executive directors, of course, were Dick Eastland and Tweety Eastland, and the two campuses each had their own directors. Britt Eastland and Katie Eastland were the directors of the Cypress Lake campus, and Edward and Mary Liz Eastland were the directors of the Guadalupe River campus. Mary Liz Eastland is also a registered nurse and was listed as the medical director of the Guadalupe campus for Camp Mystic. Richard Eastland, the eldest brother, and I should mention that Dick and Tweety Eastland had 4 sons, Richard, James, Britt, and Edward. In a terrible tragedy, James Eastland, who was married with young children and working at the camp under the tutelage of his parents, unexpectedly and tragically died in his 30s of an unknown heart condition. And that sort of brought the family all back to the camp. We were told by the Eastlands that when James very unexpectedly and tragically died, Britt Eastland, who was working as an attorney in San Antonio, and Katie, who was working as a teacher, came back to assist the family in the wake of James's death. Richard Eastland is the head chef and kitchen supervisor. He's responsible for feeding hundreds and hundreds of girls 3 times a day over the period of the summer. Craig Althouse and Betsy Althouse were longtime personal friends of Dick and Tweety. Their kids grew up together. Dick and Tweety asked Craig and Betsy to come live on the property and work on the property many, many years ago, 25 years ago, I believe. And Craig became director of operations, charge of all the maintenance and the grounds, and Betsy became an assistant director working in the office. So this makes up the sum total of the full-time, year-round personnel for Camp Mystic. We learned, of course, that naturally when camp was in session, they had seasonal staff. So during camp seasons, you had Glenn Yankee and Lee Poole acting as night watchmen. Glenn Yankee tells us that he's a retired HPD officer who moved back to the area with his wife, and in approximately 2021 began working as a night watchman during the summertime, during summer camp sessions, working 10 p.m. to 2 a.m. patrolling the campus. Another local man named Lee Poole, I believe, shared that responsibility with Glenn Yankee. Frances Blackwell Loper is a full-time teacher in Lubbock, Texas. And in 2022, I believe, she started working in the summers as the gatekeeper. Frances's mother went to Mystic, Frances went to Mystic, Frances's daughter went to Mystic, and Frances very much, she tells me, wanted her granddaughter to go to Mystic, and she knew that if she was there working in the summer, that might work out well. So Frances was a beloved employee that worked in the summer at the front gate. Every summer, Mary Liz would hire nursing staff. We are aware of 3 nurses that were living on site for the summer. They are listed here. Support crews. Britt is in charge of hiring grounds crew. They obtain J-1 visas for a group of people from Mexico, group of men that have also become a little bit of a generational cycle through Mystic. Fathers and sons and uncles and nephews continue to come back year after year to work the summer session as grounds crew. The kitchen workers, Richard Eastland is in charge of getting J-1 visas for kitchen workers, and over the years he has found that what has worked best is that there's a group of people from Poland that they go through a group called Camp for America. They're young, they're college-age kids typically, who come over for the summer on a J-1 visa to work at the camp as kitchen staff, and then they can also travel in the summer before they go back to Poland. So there were a number of groundskeepers, more than 10, and kitchen workers from Poland. As far as summer leadership positions, they have a group of people called the Big Three. Now, to be clear, these are college girls. These are sophomores and juniors, roughly, in college. They are people that have been typically lifetime campers and have had at least a term as a counselor. So they're called the Big Three: program director, tribe director, and activities director. Sort of the supervisors of the younger counselors, but still college-age girls. Additional staff include college-age photographers and office workers. So this is essentially the sum total of seasonal staff, not including the counselors of each cabin, which we'll get to shortly. Okay, what's important to really know about the dynamic at Mystic was the role that Dick Eastland played as the patriarch of the family. There's no question he was considered the leader of this family and the leader of this camp. By no question, I mean literally everybody describes him in a similar manner, including members of the family, right? He ruled, Tweedy told us. He was large and in charge. He was not stepping back. Mrs. Eastland had already begun kind of pulling back a little bit, turning over a lot of her responsibility to Mary Liz and Katie and others. But Dick was still very much the executive director of the camp. Edward described, if there was an evacuation plan, it was known only to my dad. Richard talks a little bit about, and this may seem silly or minor, but I think it really reflects the deep culture of this, right? They had traditions. There was a tradition that you had vanilla ice cream and fried chicken on Sundays. And if Richard, wanted to change that tradition, that he was going to hear from his dad, is what he tells us. So a lot of micromanaging. And a lot, and to be fair, he was the leader. It was his way or the highway. Britt told us when we asked about the camp joining the American Camp Association, Britt said, I think my dad is just old school. If you have too much regulation, no one is going to want to do this anymore. He would typically win those arguments. Craig described him as Mr. Veto. And they talked about him as the eagle and described him when he was on a tear, the eagle was swooping. Again, just a factual point that he was running the show over there. And in terms of that sort of obedience culture, I know that's a strong word, okay, but you just really didn't cross him. It was his word. He ruled, as Mrs. Eastland said. He won those arguments. heard a lot from counselors about being very afraid of acting. And as you know, that's an issue, right? That we're seeing here is why certain people took action and certain people didn't. Well, they knew, they said things like, I knew I would be in trouble if I tried to take those girls up on that hill. I knew I would be in trouble if I tried to take those girls out in the lightning. I knew I would be in trouble if I ran to the front office in the dark, in the pouring rain, right? And again, to be fair, we want to teach our children to be obedient and respect authority, right? But we want to also, of course, give them the tools to feel like they can take action when they need to. Glenn Yankee describes Dick as the general. The Polish kitchen workers that we interviewed were really crippled with fear of interfering with campers. Naturally, it's no surprise that the male grounds crew were told to stay away from these campers, of course. They were to have no contact with campers, and that makes perfect sense. But same with the kitchen workers. They had limited contact with the girls, and they were afraid they would get in trouble if they interfered. But I also really want to point out, that the things I'm saying are not an indictment of him. It just describes what was going on there, because he was deeply loved and respected. I mean, people have been very conflicted about their feelings about this family. He taught a generation of girls how to fish. He took them on raids of the kitchen. People adored and loved and respected Dick Eastland. Something that's obviously critically important to this scenario is the communication situation. The way the camp was set up for communications was that certain people had radios, certain people had the walkie-talkies. Dick and Tweety Eastland had a walkie-talkie, Edward and Mary Liz Eastland had one, Britt and Katie had one, Glenn Yankee, the night watchman, had one, Frances Blackwell Loper had one in the front with her into the front gate house. The big three had a radio where they stayed. They stayed in a cabin called Cozy Cabin, which I'll show you. They had a radio. And then there was a radio locked in a cabinet on the riflery range. And the riflery range is on Senior Hill, which that'll make sense in a second when I get to one of these maps. There were a few landlines. There was a landline in the infirmary. There was a landline in the front office. And there were landlines in each of the homes that the Eastlands live on. When you guys were out there with me last week, you saw that they all lived on the property, and I'll show you that as well in a moment. Cell phones. There were no cell phones for campers or counselors. There was Wi-Fi in a limited number of areas. The camp is set up with broadband and fiber. The PA system, the loudspeaker system, there's one by the office and there's one on Senior Hill, and I believe there's one closer to the pavilion and the twins cabins that we saw when we were out there last week. So as I said earlier, I had to learn a lot about sort of the makeup of the area, and I think that's really important in this equation as well. And one of the ways that I think we're best educated about that is a really good video that was put out by the Upper Guadalupe River Authority in 2017. It's about 10 minutes long. We're going to watch just a portion of it here in a second. But this slide shows that Dick Eastland also thought it was a really informative video, and he sent it to his family and some others, asking them to please watch this video. The video is called Be Flood Aware, and we're going to play just a relevant portion here for you.
The Guadalupe River originates in western Kerr County, where water from the Edwards Trinity Plateau aquifer pushes through fractures in the rock and begins to flow overland. These springs form the headwaters of the North Fork, South Fork, and Johnson Creek, and constitute the majority of the Guadalupe River's flow as it meanders through Kerr County. The geography of the land, including steep canyons, shallow soils, sharp elevation changes, and exposed limestone bedrock, are responsible for the nature of our river and creeks. Under normal flow conditions, these characteristics produce shallow, clear, fast-flowing streams that are a tranquil habitat preferred by abundant wildlife, swimmers, and fishermen alike. But during intense rainfall, that same topography causes the river to roar downstream.
The terrain here is unique for flash flooding. Hill country has long been known as an area that receives flash flooding situations, mainly because we have limestone rocks. We have a very hilly terrain. It's not flat, so the water rushes down the hills. And if it happens to rain, especially above like the Guadalupe River, get up in the headwaters there where it's really kind of shallow, most areas, and a lot of limestone underneath, then you can get walls of water coming down. It acts like a street, like concrete. It just kind of rushes down. And you can end up, especially if it rains west of Kerrville, up around Hunt and Ingram and westward, with massive walls of water coming down at the same time. So the topography is favorable for water to not just stagnate, but to rush down creeks, rivers, and streams. If you get 3 or 4 inches of rain at one time, that can be a real serious problem.
So I think that does a really good job of explaining why it is an area so well known for flooding and so prone to it. And that leads us to the flood history of the area, which I think is really relevant in just discussing sort of what was known about the area for many, many years. This is a email from Dick Eastland to members of his family and others, talking about some of the flood issues. He says in the bottom of the email, "We've been here for some critical big floods, including 1978, 1984, 2000, and many others." And of course, this just reflects a knowledge by the Eastlands of how flood-prone this area is. And attached to that email at the very bottom there is a link to a summary flood history of Kerr County. And the next few slides are taken from that document that Dick Eastland references in this email about a flood history of that area. It goes way back. And in every one of these slides, we hear about, an astonishing amount of rain, an astonishing amount of damage, an astonishing amount of river rise, 30-foot rise in the upper Guadalupe, threatening to annihilate the village of Ingram. We're back in the early 1900s. In the 20s, a 15-foot rise on Cypress Creek, massive damage to people lose their lives. In the 30s, of course, there's been much talk about the 1932 flood, the catastrophe it was a record stage, what they would have called in 1932 an unprecedented flood. 36-foot rise, 4 lives lost, countless buildings washed away, massive financial impact. Most notably is it's one of the earliest and first times that we see Camp Mystic affected by the flooding. 3 cabins, the highlighted portion right here talks about how 3 cabins were washed away in the 1932 flood, 3 cabins that were closer to the waterfront. 1940s and 50s, torrential cloudbursts, millions of dollars in damages, 8 lives lost. Termed the worst flood in 24 years. I mean, we're back in the 40s and 50s, right? That was an unprecedented flood, the worst flood we've had, millions of dollars in damage. We get to the 60s and 70s. Kerr County experienced major rises almost annually. Flooding ceased to be a generational anomaly and became a persistent logistical crisis. This is back in the 60s and 70s. We have known that flooding and flash flooding has been a persistent problem, an impactful problem, a problem that involves the loss of life and massive property damage. 1978 was a massive flood. Dick references it in his email. Camp Mystic was the most severely damaged. Just again, unprecedented rises in the river, massive damage to the area, and specifically damage to Camp Mystic. 1984, Congratulations to Dick and Tweety. I'm sure they will never forget this flood, as Tweety had to be airlifted by helicopter to the hospital, an experience never to be forgotten. 1987, another major flood in the area that impacted Camp Mystic greatly. That was the year, I believe, that they lost horses in that flood, and girls were evacuated from cabins into Rec Hall in 1987. I have spoken with two women who were campers in one of those cabins in 1987, and she remembers, or they both remember, a very similar process that occurred last year where Dick showed up in their cabins in the middle of the night, loaded them up into cars, and took them to Rec Hall. So as early as 1987, Bug House and Look In were evacuated to Rec Hall, and two campers in Look In, obviously grown women now, interviewed with me. Part of the camp lore, right? Many people in this room told me about being on Senior Hill when the land bridge would flood, and we liked it because we could stay in our cabins and have food delivered to us by boat. It was novel. It was part of camp lore. This Instagram post, a little flooding on the bridge today. Rain days at camp are the best. Again, this is not, I'm not trying to be negative about this. I'm just saying that it became a very complacent sort of flood culture at Camp Mystic. It was just kind of part of life there. So this is where we have learned a lot about sort of how the camp is situated with respect to waterways. I'm going to get my cursor here. So this is Camp Mystic, right in the middle of this little area. This is the Guadalupe River campus where I'm circling with my cursor. As you go up past these tennis courts and up here, this is the Cypress Lake campus, okay? This is the South Fork of the Guadalupe River, flowing in this direction. This is a little dam right here to sort of dam up the waterfront area where the girls swim. Right here is the waterfront area. The river goes over that dam and flows in this direction. This is Cypress Creek, okay? And it flows in this direction and flows into the Guadalupe right here. Goes out that direction. This is a little bit harder to see. This, well, but you guys were out there, so you have some perspective now. This is Edmondson Creek, also known as Bubblegum Creek. It was nicknamed Bubblegum Creek by the campers, but it's technically known as Edmondson Creek. So you have Edmondson, it's typically either a dry creek bed or just a very small trickle of water. So you have Edmondson Creek flanking the camp, the Guadalupe campus right here. You have Cypress Creek flanking the Guadalupe River campus right here. You have the Guadalupe River right here. And then this, which it's hard to tell because it's not three-dimensional, is a bluff. This is a hill, but I would say hill is kind of a mild description for what it is. It is a rocky bluff that goes up to, at the very peak, what Camp Mystic calls sky high, where that sort of iconic Mystic sign is at the very top of sky high. So this is a steep hill, and you can obviously see that if all of these waterways are flooding, this is, I don't know, you could come up with a lot of words for it. It's a choke point, it's a funnel, it's a river canyon. It's called the Flats. So that gives you some perspective of what the waterways are for Camp Mystic. So now we're going to kind of start to move into the relevant timelines that we've been talking about. It was a really big challenge putting this presentation together because there were so many different areas of the camp that were affected that I think are relevant for your purposes, but we kind of had to split them up into different topics because they were all affected so differently. Each part of the camp, each camper, each cabin had a bit of a different experience. But as far as the common timeline leading into July 3rd and 4th, we're going to start with June 27th to June 29th for the second term. They had already had one term. This was the second summer term for Camp Mystic, and it's when the counselors began to arrive for orientation. One thing that I think is really important to know that I've learned from witness interviews is how things have changed a little bit about counselors. And just a reminder, I'm sure you guys know this, these are young girls. You're eligible to be a counselor the summer after your senior year of high school. So most of them are 18, but some of them are 17. And we have an example of one of the counselors in one of the relevant cabins being 17. So that was okay to be 17 if you had proper supervision. So there's been this move, according to witnesses, from what used to be, I mean, I can just tell you so many people have said, we always had 3 counselors per cabin. We always had, it was rare to see 2 counselors per cabin. We always had 3. And I think what has happened as Cypress Lake opened up and they were, spread thin, they had more cabins to man. As young college students, their lives are changing in modern times. Many of them do study abroad now, or they have internships, or they have reasons why they can't spend the summer as a counselor. So I think that, I don't know this. It seems like hiring of counselors became a challenge based on what witnesses have told me, because many of the counselors, many of the cabins on July 4th, 2025 had 2 counselors. Now, there were several that had 3, but many of them had only 2. And another really important factor that I believe plays into this factually is that those counselors that are eligible to be counselors the summer after their senior year of high school, they are nicknamed ETs, short for counselor ET. That is a junior first-year counselor. A second-year counselor is considered a little bit more senior, right? And you might even have a counselor that's done it for 2 or 3 summers. And then, of course, you have the big 3, as I mentioned, that are still college-age girls, but they are senior counselors. I'm told that it has always been a habit, or a policy might be kind of strong, but certainly a habit to have a senior counselor with an ET. Assigned to a cabin. You weren't going to have 2 ETs alone in a cabin in the past. You were always going to have a senior counselor matched with an ET. Another factor is that in this case, last summer, in the youngest cabins, in Twins 1 and 2 and Bubble, where they were 8 years old, they were first-year campers, those cabins were all manned by ETs. They were all being supervised by first-year counselors. And one of the significant things that I was told that really resonated, obviously, as a mother, is that the 8-year-olds can hardly even wash their own hair, right? They're really high maintenance. They are the most homesick because this is their first year away. Some of them still have, bedwetting issues. They need a lot of supervision in the shower and brushing their teeth. They're very high maintenance. I spoke to a senior counselor who was a counselor on Senior Hill who had a little baby cousin in one of the twins' cabins, and she came down every night to tuck her cousin in. And she saw with her own eyes these counselors struggling with these little babies and saying, oh my gosh, this is so much. Because when the counselors have their nights off, which they all have a schedule of nights off, then an ET will be left alone for several hours with little 8-year-old girls that are very high maintenance. And so this counselor expressed to leadership, hey, I think these counselors are struggling with these babies. They need some help. Chloe Childress and Catherine Ferruzzo, 2 of the counselors that died in this flood, both expressed concern to their parents in the weeks leading up to camp that they were worried. They had some anxiety about having the littlest campers and not having 3 counselors. There was actually conversations that they had with their folks about, gosh, this is going to be a lot of work. I'm scared. I'm nervous about being alone. And I know many of you, or all of you probably, are parents. And my kids are college age. That 1 year, I mean, you know this, right? That 1 year away from home makes such a huge difference, right? The development and growth between a high school graduate and a freshman in college that comes home that next summer is a tremendous amount of development, which makes sense about how they always did it that way, where there was a senior counselor with an ed, but not last year, unfortunately. Every single person that I've spoken with that are former counselors, current counselors, there was never any real training. There were never drills, no drills of any kind. And you've solved that with some legislation that you passed last year. But it's something to really keep an eye on in terms of what you guys are looking to do, because there was just not a single person that said they were given any information about. And you look at what we do in schools and have been doing for years, with tornado drills and fire drills and active shooter drills. I mean, that's just unthinkable that these girls would have no training. And again, just the real lack of equipment. No radios, no walkie-talkies, no phones, which we can agree is, that they needed radios. No toolkits, no ladders, no life jackets, no real tools to accomplish any kind of emergency preparedness. So there was some things in the counselor binders that reflect that in the past there were 3 counselors. This information is in the counselor binders. It says, for floods, stay in your cabins. You will be informed of proper procedures over the PA system. When in doubt, get help. And then it says, at least 1 counselor should be in the cabin at all times. There was no way for counselors to comply with these rules if there was only 2 counselors in a cabin, because very often 1 counselor was on her night off, 1 counselor was alone with the cabin. And so I had counselors describe to me, if a girl had thrown up at 2 o'clock in the morning, I can't send another 8-year-old to the infirmary at 2 o'clock in the morning. I can't leave to go get help. I have no radio. So even the simplest things require 3 counselors, right? Even the simplest things. Even a child that's, and there were some, I heard stories about girls that were inconsolable about, seemingly small things, right? But if you have an inconsolable camper and you need help, if your co-counselor's on her night off, you really are kind of stuck with limited options. And leaving a group of 8-year-olds in the middle of the night to get help is difficult. This is another indication that there was a trend towards having 3 in the fire drill. This is in the binder. In the fire drills, 1 counselor should be in front of the cabin as they go to the muster site, and 2 behind. And of course, that makes perfect sense. That's good advice. That is how we make sure that we've rounded up 12, 13, 14, 15 little girls, right? 1 in front, everybody in line, 2 behind. We've accounted for everybody, buddy system, whatever. But of course, that requires 3. And again, many of these cabins, all of the younger cabins, had only 2 heads. So let's talk a little bit about what they were given in the emergency plan that was provided to counselors. In the case of flood, all campers on Senior Hill must stay in their cabins. And we talked about Senior Hill when we were at the site, and I'll talk a little bit more about it. The reason why Senior Hill seems to have its own part of this paragraph is that Senior Hill was often the area of camp that was cut off from the dining services and the front office, because that land bridge where Cypress Creek and Edmondson Creek converge into the Guadalupe would often have too much water over it for them to safely walk over for meals, right? So Senior Hill must stay in their cabins. They will be given instructions through the loudspeaker, the PA system that we've talked about. If the electricity is off, a walkie-talkie will be used. Part of the problem with that is that they did not have a walkie-talkie. They had a walkie-talkie locked in the riflery range cabinet. Food and other supplies will be delivered to Senior Hill by boat or truck. Campers and counselors never wander away from your cabin. Those on the flats, so now we have this one line about the flats portion, must also stay in their cabins unless told otherwise by the office. All cabins are constructed on high, safe locations. Regarding training for last year, in the orientation for last year,
I remembered at our orientation they talked about like the flood protocol and like what you do for it, and like how it's like there's a part in our bind, like a page in our binder that like has instructions for if anything were ever to happen like this. And whenever they were going over it, it's like not funny, but they were like, oh, like yeah, but like that's not gonna happen. And I like remember them being like, oh, that's never gonna happen.
and that's not the only counselor that indicated that to me, that there was sort of a, don't worry, that's not going to happen. So I do want to talk a little bit about what you guys are obviously very familiar with now, is the relevant portion of the Texas Administrative Code regarding what was required last year. I know you guys made some important changes to that code, but we're talking about what happened last year, and this is the code as it was last year. A written plan of procedures shall be formulated and posted in each permanent and semi-permanent occupied building. So plans shall be written and posted in all buildings. They did have that one-page plan, and it was posted in buildings. The plan must cover 4 areas: disaster, serious accident, epidemic, or fatality. As you'll see when we get to one of the next slides, their emergency plan covered disaster and serious accident, but failed to cover epidemics and fatalities as required by the Administrative Code. The plan shall include procedures for emergency shelter and for evacuation of each occupied building. And so right here, I want to point out that sheltering in place is a plan. That is a fair statement. Sheltering in place is the right thing to do under certain circumstances. We can all agree on that. Until it's not, right? And that's why the law requires also a plan for evacuation of each occupied building. So there was a shelter-in-place plan. There was not an evacuation plan for when sheltering in place was no longer viable. Campers shall be instructed as to their actions in the event of fire, disaster, or the need to evacuate. So camper, and I would put counselors in that category, but the law does say campers, last year should have, at all these camps, at all camps all over the state of Texas, campers should have been drilling. The law required campers at all camps to be instructed as to their actions in the event of fire, disaster, and the need to evacuate. This is not, something that's new to people. I was doing tornado drills in 1970. Campers shall be instructed on their actions. Specific assignments must be made to each staff member and counselor. This is so critical, right? People need to know what to do. It can't be one person who holds everything in their brain. Campers and counselors, and staff have to have specific assignments to know what to do in the event of a fire, to know what to do in the event of a flood, to know what to do if an entire cabin gets the flu. Documentation of this training shall be kept at the camp's administrative on-site office or location. So Plan has to be posted in every building, but proof of the training of counselors, staff members, and campers shall be kept at the camp's administrative on-site office. So this is the one-page sheet that you guys have all seen. This is the emergency instructions plan. This is the one that the inspector verified was posted in every occupied building. So that portion of the administrative code was complied with. The plan was written and it was posted. The plan should address disasters, accidents, epidemics, and fatalities. This plan covers the two that I mentioned. The plan should address emergency shelter and evacuation, does not address evacuation. Campers were not instructed. No specific assignments were given to staff or counselors, and no documentation of training because inadequate training was given. All right, so June 29th, 2025, 557 campers arrive at Camp Mystic. 386 of them arrived to attend the second session on the Guadalupe River campus. This is a picture of Missy Peck and her little girl Lulu Peck, and standing next to them is Catherine Ferruzzo and Chloe Childress. In the second picture, it's Chloe and Catherine greeting Lulu Peck. The reason why Missy Peck is outside of her car, because that's not exactly how the procedure was supposed to go. You drive up and your camper hops out, or they take the bus from the town that you live in. But Missy was concerned about Lulu because Lulu was anxious. This was her first time to go to camp. This was their first child to go to camp. And so Missy really wanted to encourage Lulu to not be scared, and there are Catherine and Chloe doing the same thing. What's important about this drop-off procedure is that Dick had a good eye for parents that were anxious and children that were anxious. And he would come over to them and say, I got your girl. She's safe here. She's safe with us. Mystic is the safest place on earth. I had multiple parents tell me, you'll hear from a father of a girl that survived who had some anxiety of his own. He had begun having nightmares 2 weeks before sending his daughter to camp, and all of the nightmares involved water. And so he got out of his car to comfort his child and to give her some instructions about swimming in the river. And Dick came over and said much the same thing. And again, that's because he was the patriarch of the camp. He comforted these families and these children. Moving forward in our timeline, we're now to July 2nd. This was the day that a representative inspector from Dishes came to the camp property to do an inspection, an annual inspection. This is done every year. The inspections are done during camp, operating camp season. The Dishes inspector has a checklist. We have that whole checklist if you want to look at it. It's important to note that this inspector, and most of these inspectors at the time last year, she was a sanitation specialist. Her expertise was food safety and that type of thing. She was. I definitely want to be fair to her. She had a checklist and a job to do. She was not a safety consultant. She was not a safety expert. She was not a risk assessment person. She was a sanitation officer that basically checked for, did you do background checks on your employees? Check. Did everybody do the youth protection against sexual molestation? Check. Do you have those tests? Check. Do you have a plan? Check. Is it posted in every building? Yes. Right? And then the plan gets sent to Dishes to another person to evaluate. So it wasn't her job out there on site to evaluate the efficacy of their safety plan. She, was measuring food temperature. One of the big, we interviewed her. She was very cooperative, and she said one of the biggest problems that camps have is food poisoning. Right, and food issues, and so they really want to make sure that the kitchen and the food is safe. But you will notice that in their inspection report, is there a written plan that addresses the 4 areas? Yes. That's not quite right. Are all camp and volunteers made aware of the plan to be implemented during the staff training program? Yes, I believe they are made aware of the plan, but they're not trained in it. Is there documentation of training? Yes, and I think that's probably no, because there is no real training. July 2nd to the 4th, TDEM starts to get involved in getting information out about upcoming weather. On July 2nd, on their website, TDEM activates state emergency response resources. This is a little bit broader, right, because it's just July 2nd. They're just kind of at this point figuring out what's happening with the weather. It's not super specific to Kerr County, but it does involve the hill country, but it's the beginning of their warnings, right? We are watching this. Rain and flooding threatens parts of Texas, including the hill country. It gives, some warnings. According to the National Weather Service, heavy rainfall with the potential to cause flash flooding. So this is the first sort of alert. That's not quite the right word. The first communication given by TDEM on their website on July 2nd. On July 3rd, you'll notice we're now like in all caps, right? We're a little bit more urgent. We've increased our readiness. We know a little bit more about what's coming here. We're ramping this up a little bit. Texas responders remain ready to support local officials as flooding threatens the state over the next couple of days. Texans are urged to keep personal preparedness as their #1 priority. The National Weather Service states heavy rainfall and flash flooding will continue to threaten the hill.
Ms. Garrett, could you please continue to speak into the microphone so those online can hear your remarks?
You bet. Thank you
ma'am.
for the
Appreciate
reminder. I have a tendency to wander. Thank you. Heavy rainfall and flash flooding will continue to threaten the hill country over the next couple of days. Again, just an increased communication by TDEM of what's coming. And on July 3rd, TDEM hosted, as usual, their daily 8 a.m. daily weather call. But they had an additional call at 10 a.m., which was a statewide weather call as well, with the National Weather Service. In a somewhat unusual interest level, 468 entities did dial in to the Zoom call. At 11:37 a.m., the National Weather Service predicts greater severity. TDEM deploys resources. We're talking about, national, as you all well know, National Guard resources, state resources, to 160 square miles. By 1 p.m., resources are fully deployed. And at 1:18 p.m., the National Weather Service issues a flood watch. The relevant language in the flood watch is, do you have to get a little closer for 1 second? Sorry. Excessive runoff may result in flooding of rivers, creeks, streams, and other low-lying and flood-prone locations. Monitor forecast, be alert for possible flood warnings. Those living in areas prone to flooding should be prepared to take action should flooding develop. So obviously, a watch is not as urgent as a warning, but at 1:18 p.m. on July 3rd, there is actually a flood watch issued by the National Weather Service. One thing that's important to note here that we learned in the testimony from last summer is that people responded differently to these messages from TDEM. You had Kendall County testify last year that their emergency management coordinator took action. This was noted by him. He called people in his community, he called RV parks and campgrounds, started notifying people, contacted camps, went to bed uneasy and on alert and ready. Okay. Unfortunately, in Kerr County, it was a little bit different of a response. You had most of the county officials either on vacation without a delegate in their place or sick and asleep. So you just had different responses to the same information. You also had different responses to the same information by some of the local camps. You had, the director at Mo Ranch interviewed with me, which I appreciated, and he helped me understand some of the things that they were doing, which was very different. They were aware of a lot of this information. They were on alert, and then you had other camps that were unaware. We know from testimony in the court hearings that the TDEM information was not accessed, as far as we know, based on testimony by the Eastlands. So now we're moving to the timeline regarding July 3rd and July 4th. As I said, everybody responded a little bit differently. Everybody related to Mystic told me that it was kind of business as usual on the evening of July 3rd. It wasn't really raining. It had been rainy, but nobody was on high alert at this point. They went to dinner. They had Vespers, which is a church service, normally held on a Sunday, but it was held on a Thursday for that week. And then they went to Rec Hall where they had counselor skits. So everything was being sort of treated as a normal evening at Camp Mystic on the evening of July 3rd. After counselor skits at approximately 9:45 p.m., Glenn Yankee arrives for his 10 p.m. to 2 a.m. shift. I think it should be noted that we were told that after 2 a.m., there was no adult awake necessarily on the campus of Camp Mystic as security. Glenn Yankee and Lee Poole's shift was from 10 p.m. to 2 a.m. each night. One family member that I believe is present here told us that she was concerned about camp security before they sent their eldest daughter. She called to ask about security and was told that an ex-Marine patrols the camp 24/7. And that was not, obviously a true statement. Glenn Yankee and Lee Poole patrolled from 10 to 2. At 10 a.m., it was go to your cabins, get cleaned up, get ready for bed, go to bed, lights out, and it's their tradition to play taps on the loudspeaker, the PA system that we've been referencing, at 10 p.m. 12:45 in our timeline, counselors who'd had the night off that had gone into Kerrville for their night off arrived back at camp. They report dangerous conditions, water on the roads, to Francis Blackwell Loper, the gatekeeper, and they also report that to the Big Three when they turn in their cell phones. They're told that if they had felt unsafe, they could have stayed in Kerrville. But thank goodness they didn't, because they were needed at camp. Counselors in that group told me that one of the counselors was a local girl and had indicated, and so had some knowledge of driving in the rainy season, and she was alarmed at the rain that evening when they got home at 12:45 a.m. At 1:14 a.m., obviously the much talked about National Weather Service flash flood warning comes in. The flash flood warning, of course, is a whole different ballgame than the flash flood watch. It's a lot stronger language. Life-threatening flash flooding. Thunderstorms producing flash flooding. Again, life-threatening flash flooding of creeks and streams. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Kerrville, Ingram, Hunt. It's a very strongly worded flash flood warning given at 1:14 a.m. A lot of folks that I have spoken with talk about alert fatigue. I've spoken to many people that live in the area, local homeowners, and then of course other witnesses talk about ignoring warnings and ignoring alerts. I think you've addressed that in some of the legislation from last summer. But to be clear, people received the alert. And one thing I want to point out about alert fatigue is that one of the Eastlands lawyers provided us with some data that in the last 25 years, there have been 91 flash flood warnings in 25 years. We did some 91. We did some of our own research. I want to be clear that it was not a deep dive, but we did some pretty good research on how many of those flash flood warnings were during camp season, and we could only find 3 since 2009 of those potentially 91 were during camp season. Counselor who had a disabled phone received the flash. They were allowed to bring disabled phones to camp for music. She received the alert on her disabled phone. A counselor who was spending her night off in Bird, which I showed you on our site tour, which is the counselor lounge, she received the flash flood warning. A member of the Big Three received the flash flood warning. Glenn Yankee received it and noted that he and Dick had discussed it. Dick's phone data that we were given shows that he went to the National Weather Service website shortly after the alert. He was really, as you'll see in a moment, very obsessively checking weather apps and weather services, including the National Weather Service. Code Red called Edward Eastland's phone, and he also received the text alert for the flash flood warning at 1:51 a.m.
An old phone that I was using as an iPod that night, and so I had my iPod and like the flash flood warning still went through on it, because I guess like they do even if you don't have Wi-Fi or like service or anything. So I guess those still go through, and I got that.
Again, 1:51. This is the Code Red weather warning sent to Edward Eastland's phone. The National Weather Service has issued a flash flood warning for your Highway 39 location from 1:14 a.m. July 4 until 4:15 a.m. July 4. That was read, as Edward also told us, at approximately 1:51 a.m. This is a prophetic statement, a quote from Dick Eastland from 1990. I'm sure there will be other drownings. People don't heed the warnings. We received some phone data, as I mentioned. Dick was monitoring the weather pretty much all night. This portion of his phone records, our cell phone expert tells us, this is where he's actually launching weather apps. Okay, so actually physically launching some type of weather app. And you'll see that he was actively monitoring AccuRite, National Weather Service, NOAA, and other radar and weather apps. We have countless pages of the updates that he was receiving on his phone, hundreds of pages of the radar updates between 12:42 and 3:23. All right, so now we're getting into the critical timeline. At 1:45 a.m., Dick Eastland summons Edward Eastland to the front office. Now, Dick has been at the front office. Pretty much everybody else, for the most part, except for Glenn Yankee, the night watchman, went to bed as normal that evening. But Dick was apparently worried about the weather. He stayed up. We're not sure exactly what time he made his way from his home with Mrs. Eastland to the front office, but he was monitoring the weather from the front office. And he radios at 1:45 a.m. to Edward Eastland, who's asleep in bed, but they have a radio in their room. We've gotten 2 inches of rain in the last hour. We need to get the ground crew to move waterfront equipment. Edward tells us he called the grounds crew right after he called me. So at 1:45, Dick is now concerned that there's going to be a rise in the river. When we did our walkthrough, they showed us that the canoes are on a rack, kind of closer down to the waterfront where you saw. And when the river begins to rise, it's not uncommon for them to move that equipment higher up in case there's any rise in the river. I'm told by local homeowners that is a common thing to do anytime there is a rise in the river, especially over July 4th, where people had a lot of equipment down and near the water. It's common to move property. Obviously, moving property is one of the first alerts that the water might rise. So it's important to know in terms of staffing, the only non-counselor adults on the flats. And obviously, the counselors at 18 would be considered an adult, but I'm making the distinction that the only non-counselor adults on the flats in the early morning hours of July 4th were Dick Eastland, Edward Eastland, and Glenn Yankee. Glenn tells us that at some point, 1:30, 1:45, his shift's obviously going to end at 2. Dick Eastland tells him to go home, that he doesn't want him basically to get trapped at the camp if the low water crossings flood. Thankfully, Glenn says, no, I'm not going to go home. I think I should stay here. And it's a good thing he did, because they needed as much help as they could get. 1:47 a.m., Edward says he gets radioed at 1:45. He basically gets up and immediately leaves his home. As you know from our tour, this is called Ranch House. This is where Edward and Mary Liz were living at the time last year. He gets in his truck. He goes down that little road that you saw that turns onto that road right in front of the front office. It's a very short distance. He did have to cross over Edmondson Creek, got Bubblegum Creek right here. He crossed over that little turn and went to the front office, and he tells us, as I was going, there was maybe an inch of water on the bridge right here. So he is able to make his way over to the flats side of the campus. At 2:01 a.m., Edward texts a video to Mary Liz, and on the video he says, I'm not coming home tonight to my wife. Mary Liz responds, I knew that would happen. There's a bed in Bird. So basically what we're talking about here, and I'll show you a video here in a second, is as you were there, that Bubblegum Creek, he sent her a video. It had gotten too high to cross, okay? And she says, well, she obviously realizes he's going to be sleeping on the flat side that night, so there's a bed in the Bird Lounge, she tells him. At 2:11 a.m., Glenn Yankee notifies retired Fire Chief Stephen Hayes about the flooding. He says, you wouldn't believe the flooding here. Wish I could get a photo of the creek by the golf course. At 2:14 a.m., Glenn Yankee takes a video of Bubblegum Creek, similar to Edward, to document the flooding. The picture on the right, we took on one of our site visits, and we all stood there last week, and you saw how little water is in Bubblegum Creek. But on the night at 2:14 on this video from Glenn Yankee, you can see, if you look towards the background, how high the creek was. Also at 2:14, a photograph is taken by Edward Eastland and texted to his wife, Mary Liz. This is Dick Eastland, and these are 9 men in the garage, which we pointed out to you on our tour, and I'll show you again on the map. After moving, they retreated back over to the garage after moving the canoes and kayaks. This is the grounds crew that I've told you about. The reason those videos are important of Bubblegum Creek is that, as we have pointed out already, once Bubblegum Creek became impassable, the flats was isolated from Senior Hill and from the homes and from Cypress Lake, okay? So effectively at this point, whatever adults are on the flats side are the only adults that are going to be on the flats side for the rest of that night, because it was impassable by 2:14 a.m. At 2:30 a.m., critical to our timeline, 2 counselors run to the front office from Bug House Cabin, which is the cabin closest to the river, and one from Look-In. They had come, and you saw how close those cabins were. They had both come out onto their porches, concerned because each cabin was taking in a little bit of water. And so they consulted with one another, and they decided to run to the front office. Now, let me remind you, this is 2:30 a.m. It is pitch black. It is pouring rain. These girls are in their pajamas, and they make the decision to run to the front office. And so that was a significant decision. They were obviously very concerned about what was going on. And so they run to the front office, down the road, into the front office to ask for assistance and to tell Dick and Edward that water was coming into their cabins. At 2:33 a.m., Dick texts his wife, "So far, over 4 inches, Bubblegum Creek up, stay put, I am at the office."
That can be a real serious problem.
That's where our meteorologist said if you get 3 or 4 inches, that could be a real serious problem. And Dick obviously knows this is a real serious problem because he's texting that there's over 4 inches of rain. We know from cell phone data that at 2:37 a.m., Dick's phone connects to his Tahoe as he drives the counselors back to their cabins. These are the 2 counselors that come from Bug House and look in. They go into their cabins. They determine that the water is coming in to the cabin from the hill. It's water that is sheeting off from the hill into, and you saw how that cabin is sort of built into the hill, and water was coming into the cabins. Dick and Edward assess the water in the cabins. They tell them to put down towels and to stay put, that they'll come back and check on them. At 2:42, Dick's phone connects to his Tahoe as he drives back to the front office. Now things are starting to ramp up a little bit because at 2:55 a.m., Frances Blackwell Loper, who is in the Gatehouse is living quarters. It's a bedroom, a sitting room, and a little kitchen. She has gone to bed. She wakes up in the middle of the night and puts her feet down in quite a bit of water. And things go south very fast for Frances. I mean, the water rises very quickly. She gets on the radio and frantically radios to Edward and to whoever's listening, "My cabin is flooding." Edward says, "Get to higher ground, get out, Frances, get to higher ground." And then Frances's walkie-talkie goes dead. And they spend a few minutes trying to raise Frances on the walkie-talkie, which they cannot do. There are also phone records indicating that they tried to call her. And so things are much more serious now that they know that Frances Blackwell's cabin has filled with water. And you remember I pointed out to you on our site visit, the Gatehouse and Bug House, right, are, kind of on that same linear distance, so to speak, from the Guadalupe River. So now things have gotten a lot more high alert. Dick radios, "We need to start getting the girls out of Bug House," as he had been checking the waterfront. He had been walking around. He radios, "We need to get the girls out of Bug House." Edward tells us at approximately 3 a.m. or shortly after when they start that process, the road leading down to that end cabin was completely dry, and the soccer field, which is that grass field right in front of all of those cabins that you saw, had not taken on water yet. At 3:10 a.m., Tweety Eastland texts her husband Dick, "Our house is flooded." So, of course, he's getting in information from multiple sources. Frances Blackwell has frantically radioed. He already knows from the counselors the water has started coming in. Now Mrs. Eastland has said our house is flooded. So he begins what we are describing as the 3 evacuation attempts made by Dick, Edward, and Glenn. The first evacuation attempt, we believe, based on our timestamps, started approximately 3:10, 3:11. The first 3 cabins in order are Bug House, Look In, and Hangout. Again, this is the area where the cabins are located. You've got Bug House. You can see the water line on Bug House. That cabin was completely filled with water. Look In, completely filled with water. Hangout. The water line is not as high on Hangout. Those are the first 3 cabins closest to the Guadalupe River. Dick gets in his Tahoe, Edward gets in his truck, and Glenn gets in his truck, and the 3 of them drive from the front office where they had been congregating, and they drive down that road that you and I walked, and they drive all the way down to look in. They go into Bug House, look in, and hang out, and tell all of the girls to come out of their cabins and start getting in their vehicles. It's, according to witnesses that I interviewed, far from orderly. It is girls jumping into the Tahoe, jumping into the bed of the trucks, jumping into the cabs of the trucks, but also girls walking. There are also girls, counselors, that told me that even in that first evacuation attempt, some were walking down the road. Now, again, at that point, it was safe to walk down the road. There was no standing water yet, according to most of the people. So they turn around, the 3 vehicles, and they drive back to the front office, where the girls get out of the vehicles, and the girls that were walking catch up, and they walk to Rec Hall. Where that little building, where that little arrow ends, that's Rec Hall, which of course you saw. This is a photograph taken from Cozy Cabin by one of the big 3, or one of the photographers, time-stamped 3:23 a.m. You can see that these are the girls walking from the front office to Rec Hall, which is a very short distance. You can see that there's really no standing water on the grassy portion. There obviously begins to be a little bit of pooling water here as they get closer to Cozy Cabin. Evacuation attempt number 2. So they're going to just repeat what they just did to get Bug House, look in, and Hangout out. And now they're driving their 3 vehicles down to Tumble In 1 and 2. As you saw when we were out there, that is 2 cabins, but 1 big cabin, okay? Jumble House. They drive exactly the same way that they did for the first evacuation attempt. They stop in front of Tumble In 1 and 2. The water's starting to get a little bit higher at this point. It's starting to come up on the wheel well, according to witnesses. Again, it's a get in the car, it's madness, it's mayhem, it's jumping into cars and trucks, and again, it's some campers and counselors walking. As they are retreating from evacuation attempt number 2, the water's higher. Edward describes to us that there are now canoes and kayaks floating. He had to get out to move some debris out of his way as they were driving back to the front office for the second time. As they were moving past Jumble House, the counselors were out on the porch and they screamed to Edward, "Should we just walk?" And he said, "Yes, walk." So Jumble House, the reason they're in blue, is that they walked to Rec Hall. They did not get into vehicles. They began walking to Rec Hall. One of the famous photos that's been widely circulated, it's time-stamped 3:26 a.m. These are some of the girls from Tumble and Jumble walking into Rec Hall at 3:26 a.m. Edward recalls to us the water at that point on the road was maybe ankle deep. I remember some of the canoes and kayaks were floating. At this point, the water was an all-time record. It had never gotten that high in history. It felt surreal. This can't be happening. This water had never touched these cabins. It had never been on the grass of the soccer field. You wish it was a dream. It was wild. Again, Jumble House counselors, should we walk? Yes. And they do begin to walk. The unfortunate thing about the haphazard nature of getting the girls to walk from Jumble House on their own, and the unfortunate circumstance that counselors were not trained in how to move a group of 10-year-old girls from one point to another in rain and water. There was no system and this is not the fault of the counselors at all, but there was no system for getting those girls from Jumble House to Rec Hall. And we're not totally clear exactly who went where, but the counselors from Jumble House did not end up in Rec Hall. They ended up in Cozy Cabin. And unfortunately, that is when little Greta Toronzo decided that she needed to backtrack to get her sheet. And as she backtracked, she got away from the group, and one of the little campers told me, I saw her, and then I didn't. Evacuation attempt number 3, Nut Hut, Chatterbox, and Gigglebox. At this point, the water again is rising. Glenn Yankee knows there's no more driving in this. He tells Dick Eastland, we can't drive in this. He says he's not sure if Dick hears him. We know that Dick Eastland doesn't really need to be told that. Dick Eastland knows how dangerous it is to drive in this rising water. Because Glenn knows there's no more driving in this, he parks his car down by Birdhouse and gets out of his car on foot to assist the evacuation on foot. There was a comment made about him protecting his truck. I don't think that's fair. He parked where he could park safely, and he got out on foot to continue to help evacuate people. For reasons unknown to us, knowing he should, yes? The Chatterbox timeline, yes, is 3:20. The reason we're using that timestamp is because Jumble House was walking into Rec Hall between 3:23 and 3:26. Okay. Again, these are approximate. We're piecing them together as best we can from all of the records, but that's about what we think is going on at this point. So we don't know why Dick continued to drive in this level of water. But we do know that he drives back down on the third attempt and parks his vehicle on that little side road that you saw that is extremely close to the entrance, the porch and the entrance to Bubble Inn. He parks right here. Edward gets as far as he can and parks right here. Glenn parks his truck by Birdhouse. Birdhouse. Glenn and Edward walk towards Gigglebox, and they converge at Gigglebox, and Glenn assists the counselors and campers in Gigglebox to walk over to Cricket's Corner. I'll show you that path in 1 second. At the same time that Glenn is helping Gigglebox get across that road to Cricket's Corner, remember that little small pavilion that you saw, and he tells those girls, if the water continues to rise here at Cricket Corner, go up the hill, which is ultimately what happens. The water does continue to rise, and they do go up that portion of the hill. I'll show you their path in 1 second. But meanwhile, while that's going on, the counselors in Nut Hut and Chatterbox, they express to us that they know nobody's coming. Nobody's coming for us. We know that that's done. The driving around is over. These counselors realize we've got to take action. And that's what they do. The counselors in Nut Hut and Chatterbox go out the back of their cabins onto the hillside to evacuate their girls up the hill. Now, I want to be clear about the way they described what was going on here. It was, again, pitch black, sheeting rain, aggressive lightning. Every single person that describes this night to us talks about the aggressive lightning strikes and thunder. There is now water rushing behind those cabins. They all describe water is rushing behind those cabins, and so they are taking the girls out of windows, passing a girl through the window to one counselor. The counselor basically piggybacks or assists them across the water rushing behind the cabins, gets them up on the hill, goes back for another camper, back and forth, until they get all the girls out of Nut Hut and Chatterbox, and the counselors too. Now, heroic actions on the part of these counselors, okay? But also not a safe evacuation plan. We heard stories about 3 little girls getting completely separated on that hill from their counselors. And thank God they hung onto a tree, the 3 of them, and a counselor came back down and was able to find them. But that was a harrowing process. That we also heard descriptions of campers trying to get over that rushing water behind the cabins to get onto the hill, losing the hand of their counselor and getting swept down, but thankfully grabbed and brought back. So this was heroic, no question about it. I mean, and they needed to get to higher ground, but it wasn't a plan. It wasn't a safe plan. It was an option that was taken that, thank God, nobody died. But it was very ad hoc. All right, and then I mentioned that while those girls are getting their campers out and onto the hill, Gigglebox is being escorted over to Crickett's Corner. That's the blue line. They go up halfway up the hill. They stay halfway up the hill, the steep, rocky hillside, for 2 hours until the water goes down. Nut Hut and Chatterbox actually go all the way up to Sky High, where there's a pavilion up there that they hunker down under the pavilion for 2 hours. The reason why the girls from Gigglebox stay in the middle of the mountain is they couldn't really access. There's like, when you go back there, you can see that there's sort of a bluff little area that they couldn't have gotten past. At this point, obviously, things getting really, really serious. Dick radios frantically, we have to get Bubble and Twins out. We have to get Bubble and Twins out. He has, remember, parked his car right next to the entrance of Bubble. That's Bubble Inn. That's where Dick was parked. These are the occupants of Bubble Inn. Every single person in this photograph died in the river that evening. Chloe Childress, Margaret Bellows, Lila Bonner, Molly DeWitt, Ellen Getton, Janie Hunt, Lainey Landry, Catherine Ferruzzo, Sarah Marsh, Lenny McCowan, Wynn Naylor, Eloise Peck, Abby Pohl, Renee Smeistrela, Mary Barrett Stevens. Every one of these children died in the river that night. That's the water line that got to Bubble Inn. The reason why that is really significant is that, as you can see from the interior of Bubble Inn, that it was a flat ceiling. They were either going to drown in Bubble Inn or in the river. So Dick obviously knew that he had to get them out of the cabin. We know so little about Bubble Inn because we weren't able to interview any survivors, and we weren't able to interview any parents of survivors. And so there's a lot of mystery that surrounds Bubble Inn that we just don't, at this point, have answers to. What I can say is what we know from the radio transmissions. Dick starts with, we need to get Twins and Bubble out, okay? And then the next radio transmission from Dick is, I have Bubble Inn cabin in my car. I'm stuck against a tree. I need help. Edward, Dad, I'm sorry. I can't get to you. I'm staying here with Twins. Britt Eastland hears all of these radio transmissions from Cypress Lake campus. And what we know from those radio transmissions, or one hypothesis is that Dick put all of those girls into the Tahoe, and the Tahoe began to float away and ultimately surge down the river and crash. That's one hypothesis. Another hypothesis is that he was in the process of loading them all into the car, and some of them could have been swept away the way Greta Toronzo was swept away. Again, that's a mystery. We do know that Dick Eastland loved every little girl that came to Camp Mystic. He was a loving man, and I can't believe that he was sitting in the driver's seat of that car with little girls untended to. So those are some of the mysteries that surround Bubble Inn. What we do know is that Dick's Tahoe crashed into a tree a couple of 100 yards downriver from Bug House. What we also know is that Renee Smeistrela, Janie Hunt, and Mary Barrett Stevens were found in the vehicle dead with Dick Eastland. All of the other girls and counselors were recovered downriver. Wiggle Inn. After Glenn assisted the girls from Gigglebox over to Crickett's Corner so that they could safely go up the hill, he then makes his way to Wiggle Inn. At Wiggle Inn, when he arrived there, all of the campers and counselors were on the porch, frantically trying to figure out what to do. Glenn recognizes we have limited options here. He can't send these girls out into the water at the level it was at this point. Going to Rec Hall is no longer an option. Sheltering in place is really the only option. He determines, rightfully I'm sure, that it's no longer an option to move them across the road the way he did Gigglebox. I'm sure that was probably his intention. That was no longer an option because of the level of the water. It was not an option to go to Rec Hall. The only option left to them was to shelter in place, which they did. While they were in the cabin, you can see right here, that is Glenn's truck that had been washed from its place near Birdhouse down the road and basically kind of crashes into that telephone pole that's right across from Wiggle Inn. His hazard lights are going off that whole time, which they all sort of described as helpful because it was some amount of light other than the lightning. The counselor, one of the first counselors that was willing to talk to me, and I'd like to give her some credit for that. She was very brave because these girls are deeply, deeply traumatized. But she talked to me, and when Glenn ushered all of those girls back into Wiggle Inn, knowing that was their only option, she wasn't about to go back in that cabin. So she stood on this windowsill. The water is clear up here. She put her feet on that windowsill, stood in that window, holding on to the roof eave for 2 hours. She helped Glenn move trunks out of that window. He would push trunks through that window to try to get the debris. The trunks, everybody described the trunks as a real hazard, okay? And so getting them out of the cabin was one of his first tasks. Glenn did a walkthrough with us. There's no question that he comforted those girls. There's no question that he was guarding those girls. He describes a really interesting phenomenon that was obviously going on with the water just going in such sort of bizarre directions. He describes being in Wiggle Inn and trying to set himself up at a place based on the water flow that would keep a girl from rushing past him and out a window. And he said that suddenly the water direction changed. And he said, I had to shift all the girls and myself a different direction to keep that sort of, him as a barrier. So that was some interesting insight. The reason why the girls and Glenn and the counselors in Wiggle Inn survived is that Wiggle Inn had vaulted ceilings. Unlike Twins 1 and 2 and Bubble Inn, Wiggle had vaulted ceilings and water, and they needed it. They needed that. Excuse me. I'm so sorry. They needed that extra space that the vaulted ceilings provided them. And they described that the water was rising and rising and rising, and then it just stopped. and a lot of people describe it that way. It just suddenly stopped and began to recede. So that's what was happening in Wiggle Inn. Now we move to Twins 1 and 2. So you remember that Edward briefly stopped at Gigglebox, saw that Glenn was handling Gigglebox, and he starts, and again, he did a walkthrough with us, which we really appreciated. He starts wading, if you remember, that little grassy area between Giggle and walking towards Bubble and Twins. He starts wading through that area in thigh-high to waist-high water, making his way to the porch of Twins 1 and 2. We have a broader circle here because here are the Twins 1 and 2 cabins. Right out, you guys and I were standing right on the edge of that porch right there when we noted the PA system that was between the tennis courts and the Twins cabins. This building right here is important. It's the commissary building, and on top of the commissary building is polar to those cabins. You look at the water line, significant. The water line is there, is you can see that with the flat ceiling in Twins 1 and 2, the water completely filled the cabin. At 3:26, this is video taken from Polar Palace, taken by some of the Polish kitchen workers, who again are college-age girls. In the distance is Rec Hall, right? This is the same time, 3:26 a.m., as you see girls walking to Rec Hall. If you focus in the back of the video, you'll see those same girls walking into Rec Hall. You'll notice that the power is still on, lights are still on, and you'll get a feel for what was going on in Twins 1 and 2. .350, you can see activity inside of Twins. You can see the lights are on. You have to study it, but you can see, I think you can see possibly Edward and or counselors. They're trying to figure out what's going on. We know from Edward's iPhone data that at 4:09 a.m. he is submerged underwater. But what happens is that he walks to that porch that we were standing on. He gets through the water to that first porch. One of the counselors from Twins 1 comes out onto the porch to talk to him, leaving the 17-year-old counselor alone in Twins 1 with her girls. The counselor that came out and Edward cannot open the door at that point to Twins 1. They cannot get back into Twins 1. They both describe trying really hard to get back into Twins 1. They can't, so they walk down that little porch and go into Twins 2, where there are two Ets in there with their campers. There are vents between, in the adjoining wall. They begin to talk to the 17-year-old counselor through the vents, trying to give her some guidance, telling her what to do. Edward describes, frantically looking for options. He's trying to figure out how to get a vent out of the ceiling. There's no tools. He's looking around for options. They're trying to figure out what to do. Again, the problem that they had that Glenn didn't have was the flat ceilings. They know that they're running out of options sooner than was happening in cabins that had vaulted ceilings. And so we know from statements and from Edward that the 17-year-old counselor made the critical decision, because it did save some girls, to start getting them out of the cabin. They were just running out of airspace. One parent of a survivor said her daughter described having her chin, inches from the ceiling. And so there was only one option, and it was for those girls to get out of that cabin. And so the little counselor starts moving them out of the cabin. Apparently, something in the pressure changed because the accounts described that she was getting them out of the door of that and was able to open the door. They described having to push the girls under the water to get out of the door and back above the water. Mary Grace Baker drowned in the river. Lucy Dillon drowned inside Twins 1. She was found inside Twins 1 the next day. Mary Kate Jacoby drowned in the river. Hannah Lawrence, who's a twin, drowned in the river. Kellyanne Lytle, Blakely McCrory, they all drowned in the river. The other girls that I have labeled Bughouse Tree, which are 4 girls. As I showed you at the site visit, there was that little grove of trees right past the bughouse cabin, and because of the direction of the water at whatever point, these girls were thrust into that direction. And, you know, it's not obviously like some cartoon where they just landed in the tree. No, they were grasping at limbs. They were grasping and trying to get into this grove of trees to safety. And these 4 little girls were able to do that, along with the 17-year-old counselor that was with them. They all ended up in the bughouse tree. This little girl right here, where I have clung to column, she was thrust also in that same direction, but landed a little earlier at Tumble Inn, we believe. We believe she was at Tumble Inn on one of those limestone columns. She was able to grab onto one of those limestone columns, and as the water continued to rush violently past her, she clung to that column and moved up, said she was neck high in water, and clung to like a little, just clung to that column for 2 hours and lived. This little girl right here, I'm going to bookmark her. She and another little girl from Twins 2 were found alive down the river, and I'll tell you that story in 1 second. This is the Twins 2 cabin photo. Hadley Hannah died in the river. Virginia Hollis made it to the bughouse tree, but couldn't hold on. She dropped out of the tree and died in the river. Rebecca Lawrence, twin to Hannah, died in the river. Margaret Sheedy and Seal Stewart all died in the river. And as you know, Seal Stewart's remains have still not been found. 4 little girls ended up in the bughouse tree, and 1 counselor ended up in the bughouse tree. The other counselor ended up alone in a different tree. So again, they were all sort of thrust in that, I guess if they got in that one flow, they all got shoved into that bughouse tree. This little girl right here and this little girl right here, I'll tell those stories in a minute. They were found alive down the river. This is what we're referring to as the bughouse tree, but this is after it has sort of fallen over, after people were rescued from the bughouse tree. But you can see this is bughouse right here. So just beyond, but up on the hill, is this grove of trees that the three counselors, 8 campers, and then Edward Eastland was also pushed over to the bughouse tree and survived along with those other people in the bughouse tree. This is just to give you some scale. This was on one of our trips. The bughouse tree has been removed because it did fall down. This is where the base of the bughouse tree was. So that kind of gives you some perspective about how high the water was. This little girl, oh my goodness. This little girl is alive. She traveled 6.5 miles down the river from Camp Mysticus and was found near Camp La Junta. 6.5 miles, that little girl fought with debris, described to her parents that she was submerged multiple times. These parents of these survivors have every single one of them described the most surreal moment when their daughters so calmly told them, "That was the point, Daddy, when I knew I was going to die. I just knew I was going to die." Up and down, submerged and up, under debris, covered in ant bites, this little girl gets thrust upon a debris pile and stays there. Actually, I think falls asleep. You can imagine why. And when the water recedes, two young women, two sisters that were living in their grandparents' house, come out at daybreak to sort of assess what's going on, and they hear, "Help, help." And they search and search. It takes a while. I mean, this is a debris pile that's out in kind of in the middle of the river, sort of, out in the water. And they can't find her, but they can hear her. And then they describe this little head pops up. This little girl's head pops up, and they get over to the debris pile, and they get this little baby girl off of the debris pile. And they take her actually to the La Junta camp infirmary, and La Junta takes custody of this little girl. These two little girls didn't make it to the bug house tree, but they're alive. They were also thrust downriver. They traveled approximately a mile down the river. Also were thrown on, they weren't together, so to speak. I mean, they didn't realize each other was they each got thrust down the river and landed on this big debris pile, some distance apart. This was approximately 4 a.m. We know Edward was submerged at 4:09 and swept off the porch around 4:09. So that's kind of the time frame. So in that 4:09 to 4:19 period of time, they are on a debris pile near the home of the Griffin family. The Griffins, Lori and Grant Griffin, grew up there. They've lived there their whole lives. He's a home builder in that area. Their house was flooding. It was flooding significantly. Their power was out. They were moving things to the second floor. They had their windows open, and the same type of thing happened with them. In the midst of this loud storm, this raging noise from the river, they hear, "Help, help." Again, it's pitch black. It's pouring rain. Storming like crazy. The river is rushing downriver. It's flooding the Griffin's home, and they rush out into the dark of night, Mr. Griffin and his young adult daughter's boyfriend, and they rescue these two little girls off of the debris pile.
Out, but then we all fell out of the window, and the water started rushing, and it ran this way. And I went underwater and almost drowned, and I thought I was gonna die, but then I came
Because then, I couldn't breathe. I just kept going up in the water, but I wasn't breathing because I literally couldn't.
My legs are so sore.
So you just grabbed onto a tree and floated down with it?
Well,
there was
I had to tread water.
Mine was staying in place, so I was like, okay, I'll just stay on here. But then that was where you guys were, so. I have a bunch of scratches.
Friday, July 4th, 2025, 4:19 and 7 seconds.
Kirk County 911, what's your emergency?
Hello, this is Riley Gray, and I live at 2551 Highway 39 in Hunt, Texas. And we've got the flood is up to our house right now. We're okay, but we live about a mile down the road from Camp Mystic, and we've already got 2 little girls who have come down the river, and we've gotten to them, but I'm not sure how many else are out there.
Okay. What is your address?
It's 2551 Highway 39.
And you have the girls at your house?
We have we have 2 little girls who have come by in the river, and we've been able to grab them, and that's all we've seen so far.
Okay,
But
and what
they
is your
said that
name?
they watched Riley Griffin.
And a callback number for you.
I'm sorry.
And your callback number?
83.
Okay, as I mentioned to you earlier, so much is going on in so many of the other areas of the camp while all of this is going on. All of the girls that were initially evacuated in those first 2 attempts, 95 campers and 13 counselors, end up in Rec Hall, which you guys walked into, and you saw that there was a balcony that measures about 5 feet wide that goes across, 3 sides of the building. There is one way to get to the balcony, and that's this staircase, which is this staircase here. There's one area to get up, and then the balcony goes around the top of that building. This is a counselor in Rec Hall.
That was like an authority figure, and at this point we don't know anything. We weren't told anything, like actually in the dark, like just didn't know what to do. And from my perspective, I was sitting there like, and we just watched Rec Hall like fill up, and like the little girls were like throwing up. People had to go to the bathroom out of the window. Like people were going to the restroom in the corner.
The audio is slightly cut off. This is a counselor saying that there was no authority figure in Rec Hall. It was counselors and campers, and what was happening is Rec Hall counselors are the ones that got the girls up onto the balcony because Rec Hall was completely filling up with water, and every single person I interviewed said that they could have reached down through the slats in the balcony and touched water. Counselors described to me that they were thinking through exit plans. They weren't sure if the water was going to keep rising and if they were going to have to get out. Cozy Cabin. Now, Cozy Cabin, I showed you on our site tour, is attached to the front office. Cozy Cabin are the living quarters for the big 3 and the photographers. Again, they're all college-age girls. It is located right there at the front office. It's just separated by that pavilion. These are the members of the big 3 and the other office workers and photographers that were housed in Cozy Cabin. 3 of the big 3 posted on social media that they were awakened at 3:15 to evacuate campers. So a reminder, they have a walkie-talkie. We're not sure who woke them up, but they were awakened at 3:11 to help evacuate campers. This is what was going on in Cozy Cabin. At 3:43 a.m. on the left, and you can see the trunks floating at 3:46 a.m. Notable from these photos in the front office is that the power is still on. Front office is where the PA system is accessible to be used. You can see that this is the pavilion at 3:50 a.m. right outside of that area. Power is still on. You can see the lights still on in the background. At 4:22 a.m., these are members of the big 3 on the roof of Cozy Cabin. They certainly had their own sort of harrowing experience. One of the big 3 was almost rushed down the river, but was able to grab on to, I believe, like a volleyball net or something, and sort of miraculously make it back over to the roof. So they sat on the roof. All right, remember the guardhouse. I'm not going to spend too much time on this, but it is significant. This is where Frances Loper was living. This is where she made her frantic call that the guardhouse is taking on water at about 2:55. You'll notice that the proximity of the guardhouse to the Guadalupe River up here at the top. Bug house is down here. This was her quarters before the flood. This was her quarters after the flood. It was one of the buildings that was completely washed off of its foundation. This is Frances Blackwell Loper's car, found 8 miles down the river, that was parked near the Gatehouse. And let me point out, Frances is lucky to be alive. I mean, she had a harrowing experience. She was pushed out onto the porch of her cabin, clung to a column there. Water's rising very quickly. She is thrust down the river. She also believes that she's drowning and going to die. She eventually makes it to a tree, like so many people, and she clings to the tree. She spends a week in the hospital. She ends up climbing her way up to Senior Hill, where some of the counselors on Senior Hill help her, and then she's evacuated. So Senior Hill. Senior Hill is that area right there. It is, and you guys saw it from our vantage point. It's elevated. Senior Hill doesn't typically flood. They just are commonly cut off from the rest of the camp by the flooding of the land bridge. But the flood was so bad this time that 2 cabins on Senior Hill also flooded. Counselors on Senior Hill were completely cut off from communication. A counselor on Senior Hill uses a phone that somebody actually kept to call 911 at 3:56 and 3:57 a.m. Some of the main points that she makes in her 911 call is, what do we do? We're completely cut off from the main office. We're completely cut off from communications, and we don't know what to do. They evacuated from their cabins, went kind of higher up to the back where it's a little bit higher to those cabins. Somebody broke into the riflery range cabinet and got a walkie-talkie out. They made numerous calls on the walkie-talkie that apparently went unheard. Okay, now moving towards some of the other areas of the camp that are relevant. We pointed out to you what's called the uptight garage area. That is this area right here. We were standing right by it, over there on that road and up on that little grassy hill. So this is the uptight garage. Okay, these are the adults that were on the flats side of the camp when all of this was happening. Remember, this is Edmondson Creek. So these are the adults that are not isolated from the flats portion. These are the adults that are on the flats side of the camp. In uptight garage, we know there's at least 9 groundskeepers because we saw them in that photo. We know that the groundskeepers were cut off from going farther up that road, up the hill to where their quarters were. So we know that they were down here. We also know that some of the Polish male kitchen workers were in this uptight and garage area. We know that there were 3 nurses in this building right here called Heaven Can Wait, the infirmary. We know that Craig and Betsy Althouse were living in this house right here called Sugar Shack. We know that Richard Eastland, the camp chef, was staying in Granny's cabin. Richard and his wife Leslie were living in this house right here, Pop Inn. But at the time of the flood last year, Pop Inn was being renovated. So they were not living in Pop Inn last year. It was under construction. Leslie was living in a house in town in Ingram and was by herself with her dogs in a home in Ingram. And Richard, because it was camp season and he kept very odd hours, since he had to always get up in the middle of the night to prep for breakfast, he was staying in Granny's cabin. Tweety Eastland's brother, Frank Albritton, was staying in Squeeze Inn, this building right here. And so these are the adults that are on the flats side of Edmondson Creek at the time of all of this flooding. Richard Eastland describes to us that he wakes up kind of in the middle of the night, I think something like 2:30. It's raining, but he is not aware of anything crazy going on. He begins to do some of his work, which is typical for him. It's typical for him to leave his radio off or not have the radio because of his unusual hours. Because he's up at all different hours, he stays off the radio. So he was cut off from communication, was not monitoring the radio the way Britt Eastland was able to do from the Cypress Lake campus. Betsy Althouse looks out her window and starts seeing headlights. She sees cars moving around. She realizes something odd is going on, so she wakes up Craig and says, hey, we need to get up. Something's going on out there. Eventually, what happens is Craig and Betsy come outside. Craig describes that he drives a four-wheeler or a 4x4 type vehicle kind of around that corner on the road, realizes the water's way too high, so he comes back. So at some point, you have all of these adults out of their respective cabins and homes, all sort of congregating right here, right off the edge of Uptight Garage. They're standing on this just slightly elevated grassy area. Richard and some of the, maybe the grounds crew, I'm not sure, but somebody goes over to the infirmary and gets the 3 nurses out and brings them back over here to where they're all sort of standing. Now, it's important to know that Richard has 2 daughters in cabins on the flats. He's got a daughter in Bug House, and he's got a daughter in Nut Hut. So one daughter gets evacuated to Rec Hall, one daughter is taken up the hill by her counselor. So it's pretty hard to understand why all these adults were here and just truly lacked information. They had no idea what was going on. I think that is most profoundly illustrated by the fact that Richard had girls in those cabins. If he had known what was going on, I'm sure he wouldn't have been standing with all of these adults on that little grassy area right outside of Uptight Garage. These people were completely deprived of information. It appears from all of the witness interviews that they were completely starved of information. They didn't have specific assignments. They weren't told where to go. They weren't delegated. They weren't given any information on where to go. And essentially, they stayed over in this area and did not take action. And it's a bit of a mystery why. But once the water receded, and it became more apparent what was going on, you'll hear in a minute that the grounds crew and Richard and Craig end up walking behind the cabins and come all the way down and start rescuing people out of the bug house tree. So I quickly want to touch on very quickly what's going on the Cypress Lake campsite of things. On the other side of the Bubblegum Creek that you've seen, Ranch House and Cypress Hollow are the residences occupied by Edward and Mary Liz in Ranch House, Tweety and Dick in Cypress Hollow. These are the adults that are on the other side of Edmondson Creek. Mary Liz Eastland is in Ranch House with her 4 sons, ranging in age from 6 to 16. Meredith Martin is in Beehive. Tweety Eastland is in her home in Cypress Hollow, and Britt and Katie Eastland are over on the Cypress Lake campus. There's been much made of what these people were doing at the time of all of this. The reality is they were cut off from at 2:14. I mean, obviously, there was a period between the 1:14 a.m. alert and the 2:01 or 2:14 cutoff of the Edmondson Creek. You know, arguably there was action to be taken between those minutes, but again, at 2:01 and 2:14, there was just nothing to be done. And it's important to know that they were flooding significantly on their, on their own. I should mention that Leslie Eastland almost died in the house that she was in Ingram. She woke up to a massive amount of water, was swept out of her house, and was actually sort of rescued and helped by a lot of those people that ended up on the roof of River Inn. And she rode out the storm there and narrowly escaped drowning herself. Mary Liz and her 4 sons were in Ranch House. They are taking on a significant amount of water. Meredith Martin walks over to Tweety's house because she's terrified and scared and flooding. Mary Liz and her 4 sons walk over to where Meredith and Tweety are at Cypress Hollow. They go inside Cypress Hollow thinking it might be, I think, a little bit safer at that point. Water is rushing in. They start making plans to go up into the attic to get higher when doors burst open and water just floods in the house. So they evacuate from Cypress Hollow and they begin walking up that hill that you saw past those chicken coops up towards Cypress Lake. So they're, again, middle of the night, pitch black, they have flashlights, it's raining, and they're walking up the hill. Mary Liz, her 4 sons, Meredith Martin, and Tweety. As they begin walking up the hill, Britt and Katie Eastland are making their way. Britt and Katie describe that during these hours, they are patrolling Cypress Lake. They are, in their vehicle, making rounds of Cypress Lake, trying to make sure their campers are all safe. They begin driving down that road when they hear car alarms and they see a bunch of lights. And what they realize is that right here is a counselor parking lot where multiple cars were parked. Those cars were all floating around and car alarms were going off and headlights were going off. So obviously Britt and Katie, that gets their attention. They start driving down the road and then they start seeing flashlights. And they approach this group of Mary Liz, 4 sons, Meredith and Tweety. Mary Liz says, "Take your mother." Tweety gets into Britt's vehicle. They drive her back to their home called Big Rock right there. And Mary Liz's boys did not want to get into a vehicle. And so Mary Liz, her 4 boys, and Meredith Martin walk all the way up the hill up to Cypress Lake, where they remain until they come back down to deal with what's going on the flats. Daylight and beyond, the aftermath. We're getting there. Richard and the grounds crew and Craig Althouse make their way behind all of the cabins to the bug house tree. The water has started to recede. Of course, it's not completely receded, but they are able to use ladders and ropes, and they're able to get Edward, the little girls, the counselors, and then the other counselor that was alone in a different tree. They are able to evacuate everybody from the bug house tree. Sometime later, a few hundred yards down, the river has to recede even more, and that's when they find Dick's Tahoe with Dick and the 3 little girls in it. Also, at some point on July 4th, we're told approximately between noon and 3, Lucy Dillon is found in the Twins 1 cabin. So those are the deaths that are the bodies that are found, on or near Mystic property. They begin an elaborate evacuation process. Thank God there had been pre-deployed resources. There were helicopters that had been, pre-deployed. There were National Guard trucks. All the girls from Cypress Lake were evacuated via trucks, but all the girls from the Guadalupe River campus were helicoptered out. This is where we move into a period of time that I think should be important to this committee, and not going too far outside of the scope of what happened at Mystic, but the hours right after this event were significant and harrowing for a number of reasons. One of the things we learned in Uvalde, of course, was the importance of incident command. Obviously, incident command is critical in the middle of an event, like an active shooter or a disaster. But we learned a lot about the fact that there's incident command in the post-event response, and there must be incident command in the post-event response because there's so much going on, and things could be handled so much better. Part of the problem with an absolute lack of incident command in those minutes and hours after this event is that there was no rhyme or reason to picking a place for these people to go. I mean, you got to remember now, these people are all getting flooded with text messages and phone calls and trying to figure out what the heck is happening, right? They're waking up in their homes or on vacation or whatever, and they're trying to figure out what's happening. And they all start to make their way to hunt, right, to be there. They are not really told where to go. They're told to go one place, and then it turns out to be 5 different places. There's no information. There's no good information. Then when there's no information, you guys know what happens when there's no information. Then people fill it with bad information, and that was done in spades. There was just just the telephone game, just false information to fill the void of no information. And there was no information because there was no unified incident command. There was nobody truly setting up a command post and making decisions about how to handle the reunification process and how to handle the notification process and how to handle getting information to these parents who had children at that point that were unaccounted for. So it was dreadful misinformation, county officials, sending out messages that all of the girls were accounted for, people saying that, Dick and some girls were on an island or that somebody was in a tree. The misinformation added so much torment and despair to these parents during these hours, and it could have been avoided with proper post-event response. There was a shocking delay of resources that were available being deployed. I had conversations with 2 people involved with the Cajun Navy that were sort of stiff-armed at the very, very beginning and told to stand down, told that they weren't needed. There were other jurisdictions in that area that were eager for them to come, and so they did deploy to those areas. But in the first 24 hours, they were denied access into this area. You're going to hear testimony tomorrow from one of the dads, Michael McCowan, who sort of self-deployed to the camp in the early morning hours of July 5th and was shocked to get there and see not a single search and rescue person searching. I think the most telling lack of search and rescue is that Michael actually found a child's body, and he was completely alone and had no idea what to do. And so that was clearly the job of search and rescue, and it was clearly not being done. Meanwhile, Hunter Burns and Josh Gill of the Cajun Navy have thermal drones, helicopters, hundreds of off-duty firefighters, off-duty policemen, certified search and rescue people that are ready to go out there that were sort of pushed back. And a proper incident commander would have accepted their resources. They described being in Center Point where there was an incident commander, one of the fire department officials, and they were like, come on, we need you, right? And that was not done here, and that was really unfortunate. One of the things that as a 33-year criminal lawyer, it's sort of hard to shock me with human behavior, but I was so shocked and so devastated when these parents, each and every one of them, told me that because they had made a decision to put their daughter's picture and their personal cell phones onto social media because they were so hopeful that some Grant Griffin had plucked their daughter off of a debris pile, or some sister 6 miles downriver had plucked their daughter off of a debris pile. They were so desperate. Here's my daughter. If you've seen her, please call me. Prank calls all night long. And they had to answer their phone because they didn't know if it was somebody legitimate. I'm talking about people going, I've got your daughter. Here she is. Mommy. The most cruel human behavior that you can imagine. Now, is there anything that you can do about cruel human behavior? No. Okay, but incident command could have. They could have said, no, guys, don't put your phone numbers out there. We're going to set up a tip line. We'll monitor the tip line. That's our job, not yours. Those prank phone calls have gone on for a year. Parents have told me they've gotten them as recently as 2 weeks ago. Okay? Again, you can't manage the cruelty of the world, but you can make a difference on how we respond in crisis management to avoid that kind of utter torture. Parents described to me that there was an element of relief to finding their daughters' bodies just so that they knew. Just so that they knew. A huge disaster with autopsies. One JP saying that there's mandatory autopsies, the other JP saying not. Girls' bodies being transferred to ME's offices without parents being told. A disaster, an absolute disaster. Parents not wanting autopsies that were performed. A total lack of incident command. The death note. And I do want to point out here, in any crisis, people are doing the best they can. I mean, there were volunteers, there were people trying so hard. The same thing happened in Uvalde. People meant so well. They wanted to take action, but they weren't told what to do. And same thing here. People meant well, volunteers meant well, they cared, but you can't self-deploy as a volunteer. You have to have somebody telling you what to do, and that was absent. And it added to human despair. It added to torment. There was no getting those babies back. They were gone, but it could have helped somewhat in this process. The death notification process was a disaster in the first few hours. You had parents showing up to Grimes' funeral home, identifying their daughter, recognizing another girl and being told, hey, can you call them? I mean, no. Yeah, I mean, we can do better, but we can't do better unless we dispatch people that know what they're doing, right? Unless we get an incident commander down there, whoever it is. That's what you guys are the experts on that. Is it a ranger? Is it a strike force that's on call that can go anywhere in the state of Texas and set up incident command and mass casualties? I don't know. That's what we're looking to you for, but something's got to happen, and it was just as bad in Uvalde. This is a picture of the reunification center. It was complete chaos. I think I've made my point on that. Now we get to the really hard part. What I've been calling the impact crater, which is so deep and so wide and so incomprehensible. I mean, the palpable grief of these families that are sitting in this courtroom, the absolute grief of the Eastland family, which is very, very real. We left our interviews with them extremely empathetic towards them as well. They're a highly traumatized family. But I mean, the stories I've heard about, the siblings, the brothers at home that can't stand it. The sisters that were there, the sister that walked her little sister from the infirmary and tucked her into her cabin, and hours later she was gone. The cousin from Senior Hill that tucked her little baby cousin in, and hours later she was gone. I mean, I cannot describe to you what is going on. Grandparents who are trying to deal with their child's pain, but also their own grief of losing a grandchild. I mean, it's just so pervasive. The relationships that have been destroyed, the generational relationships that have been destroyed here, the impact crater is unbelievable, okay? It's just shattering. But that emotion needs to be commented on, but it's certainly not what the emotion gives us the passion to have a call to action, but it's really logic and common sense and reason that gets the job done, right? That's going to be what you guys do after these hearings. And I'm gonna give you a quote from, I was sitting in the Hollis's farmhouse in Belleville, and after hearing their heart-wrenching story, Lacey Hollis said something so logical and so reasonable and so common sense. And it's really the call to action for this committee. And that is, she tearfully told me, I just want parents to look at their child after camp and know that they were kept safe and not lucky. And it wasn't just Mystic. Guys, it was not just Mystic. You have a big job to do, because it was all those camps where kids were just lucky. They were either lucky that they weren't in session, they were lucky that their session hadn't started, they were lucky that the cabin they were in floating down the river, they just didn't die. Taking nothing away from God's miracles. They were God's miracles, but it wasn't camp safety. So that's a wrap from me. I welcome your questions. I will say one last thing. Along with all of the people in this room from both sides and our amazing team and all the lawyers, we are hungry. We are hungry for this committee to do your thing. I mean, you're powerful people that can answer this call to action, and every single one of the people in this room and listening are hungry for that action. So thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present this to you.
Thank you, Mrs. Garrett. Thank you for that very impactful, meaningful presentation to our committee. It is the committee's intention to recess for 1 hour and return for a question and answer period with the investigators. Without objection, the committee will recess until 1:36 p.m. The committee stands recessed.
So the Senate General Investigating Committee on July 2025 flooding events will recess until 1:36 p.m., at which time the committee will reconvene to continue today's meeting. The Senate General Investigating Committee on the July 2025 flooding events will come to order. Chairman Meyer.
The House General Investigating Committee on the July 2025 flooding events will now come to order. The clerk will call the roll.
Chair Meyer.
Present.
Vice Chair Moody.
Present.
Representative Darby.
Present.
Representative Dyson.
Here.
Representative Gomez.
The quorum is present. At this time, the investigators will be available for any questions the committee may have. Members, please, any questions you may have. Chair recognizes Representative Gomez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Garrett, for all of the work that you put into this thing on behalf of the families, on behalf of the state of Texas. It truly shows your passion and your commitment to seeking out the facts and finding justice. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
I want to start off by asking you to elaborate a little bit more when you said there was a lack of unified incident command. When you say that, we know in the state of Texas, at least heavily, we rely on the strategy of the locality, of the judges and the mayor in particular. So in this instance, you stated each county responded differently, unfortunately. So when you say lack of unified command, what can we do as far as the state in responding to that and tightening the code? What are your suggestions?
Well, that's a great question. It's a bit outside my expertise. I think it's excellent questions for TDEM. I think it's excellent questions for some of those local officials. What I do know is there was a deep failure, a profound failure. There was nobody directing where resources needed to go in those early hours. There was nobody saying this is where reunification is going to be. This is who's going to handle notification. The JPs weren't on the same page with the autopsies. I mean, I don't want to just regurgitate everything I said. There needed to be someone in charge of, and again, there were other agencies that did designate the local fire captain or, whatever his role was, and he was the one having people come to him, where do I need to go, and dispatching people to different locations.
Is there any evidence in your investigation that you found, aside from the alerts that the adults at the camps were receiving, is there any evidence that there was outreach on behalf of the county or the local mayor to the camp or to anyone in that locality?
Not that I know of. I mean, in the testimony from last summer, I think the answer to that is highly likely no, that nobody reached out to Camp Mystic from the county level. They were on vacation, they were sick in bed, and I don't think there's any indication that there was support for Camp Mystic from that forum. Yeah, from that forum.
And now from the camp towards the families, is there any evidence that there was some sort of mass family notification system set up? Anything that we could have let the parents know, by the way, there's been a flash flood warning, this is what we're doing? Any sort of notification to calm the nerves?
I think that's a matter of perspective. I mean, Camp Mystic was sending out communications. I think one thing that really, really complicated things has to do with what I was telling you guys about how unique this culture was, because many of these parents were the same age as or close in age as Mary Liz and Edward Eastland. They had their, some of them had their cell numbers. Some of them were reaching out directly to Mary Liz. Naturally, she was going to want to respond. Text groups were going amongst the parents. Hey, you need to contact Mary Liz and ask about your daughter. So that was natural because of the nature of these relationships. They knew each other, but it was a failure. It should have been much more coordinated. In fact, you raise a point that we have discussed, and that is the poor post-event communication is kind of a reflection on the lack of an emergency preparedness plan. There is a page in a binder that says, in terms of notifying parents, of course it envisioned much less serious notifications, but it basically all came back to Dick. Dick will handle all notifications. Information to the parents will go through Dick. We certainly have heard a lot of discussions about keeping parents kind of at arm's length. And again, like I said earlier, there's a benefit to helping girls become independent, helping them work through their own homesickness without having, parents, descending all the time, right, or calling all the time. There's definitely a value to that. But there also was a real culture of protecting the bubble. Don't tell the parents that somebody had lice. Don't tell the parents that an entire cabin had the flu. Don't, we'll handle it. And that one little page in the binder really was all things go through Dick. And so there just was not a post-event system set up. It was very ad hoc. It became, and again, I want to be very humane about the fact that one of Mary Liz's very best friends, daughter died, and she notified that woman, and that shouldn't have happened, right? It should have been through official sources. But there's been a lot of pain about what did they know, why did they deprive us of this information, when did they know that so and so was found, why didn't they tell us? But that was part of the post-event failure, that there wasn't somebody in charge of and working with the camp and some designated person with the camp to notify parents. So that was a long answer. They were sending out communications. They weren't effective.
All right, thank you. And I guess I know that's going to be our focus moving forward, is to find out the communication that the residents of Kerr County deserved from the county and the locality to them, and then the notification that the parents deserved from these private entities to them across the board. So thank you we'll certainly move some of those questions forward to the entities tomorrow. But thank you for your insight.
Members, do you have any questions? Senator Menendez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Garrett, thank you very, very much, Judge, for both of you and your team for tremendous work on this investigation. Early in your slides, you showed a slide of an email that Dick Eastland sent promoting that flood awareness video. Do we know what date that was when it was sent? I think I see someone nodding here.
I know Heather can find that for us. The video was made in 2017. I'm not sure exactly when he sent that to the members of his family.
I think it's a contemporaneous email, so it was certainly well before these flood events.
Right, so it was well before the flood events. Sends it to all the members of the family. Be aware.
Indicates that it's a helpful and informative video, and to take a look at it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yet, if I'm not mistaken, later you show when the camp counselors arrived on June the 27th for training, in the slide that you showed, you said Camp Mystic moved from 3 to 2 counselors in some cabins. Do we know if that was recent phenomena, when it occurred, how long had it been in place? Have we asked the questions of when did that occur, just to get in it?
No, I think that's a good question, and it might be a question that the Eastlands can answer a little bit more specifically. Mm-hmm. I will tell you that the many mothers and aunts that I interviewed that attended camp many years ago just said it was unheard of. Mm-hmm. They always had 3 counselors. We have access to these memory books. I went through quite a number of them. We have access to some from throughout the years from 1992, and you could tell from the cabin photos and from all these old cabin pictures that there were 3 counselors per cabin. I suspect that when they opened Cypress Lake campus, they just had a lot more cabins to man. They had a lot of, they just had a lot more cabins to get counselors for, and I think they were probably having some issues, and again, this might be questions for them tomorrow, but some issues with hiring, and I think, as I mentioned, young people are, starting to do a lot different things with their summers. They're working, they're doing internships, they're studying abroad, and they can't commit a whole month to being a counselor. I do have anecdotal data from witness interviews, from talking to witnesses, that one counselor I met with was hired like 3 or 4 days before the session started. So they were scrambling at the last minute. I know Chloe Childress's folks told me that Chloe had recruited a friend to become a counselor like a week before. So they were scrambling, to get some of these positions filled. And I think I think they probably, ideally wanted 3 counselors per cabin, but I think they were having trouble. So I don't know when exactly that started, but.
So thank you for that. Your testimony leads me to, you put up a slide with the Texas Administrative Code 265, if I'm not mistaken, where the law clearly states that campers have to be instructed, right, on the plan. Yet in the prior slide, you showed there was no drill, no plan, no procedures. There were no radios, no walkies, no phones, no toolkits, no ladders, no life jackets. And now you're telling me that they were filling counselor slots at the last minute. Whereas if you go onto the website, you'll see that they have this very long application to be a counselor, where you even have to send a picture of yourself, Social Security, all these questions that I'm not sure how pertinent they are to someone who's going to be taking care of kids. How about training? Did they get training in just basics of taking care of 8-year-olds? I mean, did they have any kind of, what you would expect for a daycare facility?
They definitely described being encouraged to understand specific camper issues, right? They were told, little so-and-so might have this issue, little so-and-so's afraid of this, or whatever. I think they were given part of the orientation. In fact, I think a large part of it was dealing with individual camper issues and being instructed on what some of the individual girls' issues might be. But there was not a single person said they were instructed sufficiently on what to do in any kind of emergency.
What's the minimum amount of time a camper spends at a camp, like Camp Mystic? What's the minimum? A week, 2 weeks?
Oh, I think their sessions are all, no, that's most of they have 3 main 1-month sessions, I believe, and then I think they have a truncated session at the end of the summer, maybe a 2-week session. I'd have to double check that.
I guess the reason I ask is if we're allowing 8-year-olds to be in the custody of adults who are being paid to take care of them, I wonder if we're holding them to the same level of accountability that we hold daycare facilities. I'm not sure that we do, because daycare facilities get held to a very high standard in this state. Moving on your camp, July 2nd, you said that the inspection by the Texas Department of Health and Human Services, the sanitation food inspector, I guess is what you mentioned. My question was, and you answered it, but I still am wondering, there was a question about drills. Do they have an evacuation plan? And it said yes. And then there was, have they drilled this evacuation plan? And the answer apparently said yes. When you interviewed this person, did you ask them why they said yes?
No, I didn't. What I learned from her was that she doesn't evaluate the efficacy of, that's my word, not hers, of the safety plan. The safety plan is sent to the youth safety coordinator within their department, if I'm getting the title correct, and that their job was to evaluate the plan. Her job was simply to ascertain that there was a plan and that it was posted.
Okay. I'm so sorry to interrupt, but wait. If she checks off yes, is she checking off yes because she made the judgment or because someone answered yes? Because then the question is, who's lying? Was she lying or was someone lying to her?
Well, I think she was provided that 1-page emergency form. And so she did, I don't believe, and Dishes can answer this tomorrow, I don't believe that I know she didn't evaluate it for an actual safety plan, and she clearly didn't determine that there was an evacuation plan, because there was not one.
Right.
I think it's a great question for tomorrow. Where was the youth camp safety coordinator in this process? Did they look at that 1-page sheet and determine that it was insufficient? Because it was on its face insufficient.
So one of the improvements we could do is we could schedule the inspection to be on the same day as campers arrive, and then they practice drills, muster drills, as they do on many places where you have large populations of people. My understanding is cruise ships do this when people board them, and they practice a muster drill they could do that, and therefore the inspector could actually witness the drill. That could be one.
You're also going to hear from somebody tomorrow that has started a nonprofit called the Safety Navigator, and they're working with youth camps to implement some of the changes that you guys put into place last summer. They've hit the ground running. They're already working with camps, are very receptive to it. And one of the things that she will talk about, that she's told me, is that they are working with these camps on how to effectively drill campers and counselors.
And that's awesome. But that doesn't relieve us of our duty to make sure
Fair
that all
enough.
camps are, and that's great. I'm glad there are people out there, but I want to make sure that we are, if we're going to be issuing licenses to people to make money to take care of kids, that they need to be abiding by minimum standards.
Completely agree with that.
My last question, thank you. It is heartbreaking to listen and to hear and to watch the timeline, especially when you start to see the timeline when it's too late to save the kids. And there's only 3 adults working to do so. My question is, how many able-bodied adults that could have helped were on the flat side of the flooding at the time of the flooding?
Sure, if properly informed and if properly delegated and if given the information and assignments that the law required and that would have helped them, you had at least 9 grounds crew that we know from that photo. We know that they were essentially trapped on that side of the flats at that point. You had potentially an unknown number of Polish kitchen workers that were living in the dorms above the garage. That's unknown to me who was in there. You had Tweety's brother, who obviously is approximately, 70 or in that range. So that's,
Let's take him out.
Okay. You had Richard Eastland in Granny's Cabin. You had Craig and Betsy Althouse in Sugar Shack. You had 3 nurses in the infirmary. There were Polish workers in the Polar Palace. Again, these were young women that would not have acted without delegation and information.
And sorry to interrupt, but they were on the 2nd story of a building which they were about 20 yards from Twins 1 and 2, were they not?
That's exactly right. They were very close. In interviewing them, in between them sobbing over this event, they described to us that they conferred about whether or not they could go over and help those counselors, and they just were absolutely terrified to interact with the counselors in a way that they were told not to. And they also said by the time we discussed it, it had become impassable. It happened so quickly. So, and again, these are young women from a foreign country that were deprived and starved of information and were not delegated. So again, I'm not defending that. There's all kinds of moral obligations, of course, that people might have. But to answer your question, I believe I told you
You're not
all.
including counselors who.
Right.
Right. So you've got the senior counselors, who are the big 3.
Right.
And then the other counselors who are mostly.
If you could move the mic. Thank you, sir.
Right. So I was just mentioning that you also had the counselors. You have the big 3 who are senior counselors, other counselors who are mostly 18 and older. They're obviously young women, but they're adults who are supposed to be instructed and trained and assigned responsibility in an emergency situation.
And I know I said it was the last question, but this is just to close the loop on this. So is it your opinion, had there been a plan in place that said if you hear the sirens go off, evacuate everyone, make sure you're in charge of these cabins, and make sure all children are at the highest point on the flats? Would that have saved those children?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Members. Chair recognizes Speaker Moody.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Casey, Mike, thank you again for everything. I'm struggling with competing emotions of sadness and anger right now, but I want to drill down into a couple of things that you talked about. At the very beginning, you mentioned that you conducted how many interviews total?
Oh, we've kind of lost count. Upwards of 140, 150.
Okay. And you mentioned unfettered access, people participated. Now, you mentioned with slight exception. Who didn't talk to you?
So that's a good question, and it's a little bit complicated. One of the challenges for me has been the counselors. They are young. They are highly traumatized. They left a month after this event to go to college. Many of them have suffered greatly in college. Some have withdrawn. Some have come home. Some are struggling in their own individual ways in school. As you can imagine, their parents are very protective, which I understand as a parent of children that age. It has been frustrating because I have very much wanted to hear their eyewitness accounts, and they are of age. I have several that are willing to talk to me, but want to get through final exams next week, which I can respect and understand, in the sense that they emotionally want to make it through exams. Not, I need to take my exams before I talk to you, meaning I don't want to fall apart.
Yeah.
Okay? So I really want to be respectful of how difficult that's been. But, as an investigator, I want to talk to them. And several of them have agreed to talk. Several have. I've spoken to several. And several have agreed to talk. So we're hoping in the next couple of weeks that will happen. But I would say that the big three has been...
These are the senior counselors.
Correct. And, several of them have hired lawyers. Several of them... part of my problem is some of my information is coming from highly credible and highly reliable intermediaries that are being told that they won't talk to me. I've been met with some frustration over that.
So of the big three, have any of them visited with you?
No.
But you've reached out to each one of them.
That's what's complicated is I don't have phone numbers for them.
Yeah.
I got a phone number for one of them. I spent almost an hour on the phone with her mother. Her mother felt comforted by my description of how it was going to go down. She said she would discuss it with her daughter, and then she informed me politely that her daughter was not going to speak with me because of trauma. I do want to be fair about that, because of trauma, but that has frustrated my ability to speak with her.
Yeah, and I don't want my questions to be taken as someone's purposefully avoiding talking to you. I think these are very difficult things to talk about. But I just wanted to get a sense of, some of the folks that maybe you hadn't had the opportunity to visit with. Were any of those, is that information in terms of contact information was not provided to you by their employer?
I did not ask the Eastlands to provide me with cell phone numbers of the big three. I received some of that information from a variety of different sources, but I don't have all of their phone numbers.
Okay.
Some of them were extensively interviewed in the media, or at least one of them. So we used her statement.
So you've looked
from
at
that.
you've looked at stuff, third-party sources of other
Correct.
comments that have been made.
Yes, and audio statements that were taken of them.
Were any of them interviewed by law enforcement?
Not to my knowledge. I think the only law enforcement is just getting started with the Ranger investigation. I don't know of any law enforcement investigation of any kind that was conducted locally.
Okay. You, going back to sheer number of interviews you've done, obviously you've gotten various opinions about what went wrong, why, who, all these things. In your conversations, and obviously we can get into greater detail in this outside of committee as well, but in terms of those folks that you interviewed or those folks that you visited with, did any one of them highlight interaction with DPS, Rangers, TDEM, dishes that they conveyed to you was unsatisfactory or as compounding some of the problems that they encountered?
I would just say what I said earlier about the mayhem in those early hours. Many of these families described that the first legitimate interactions came on Sunday morning when the Rangers did show up to assist with DNA collection. There was a sense that that was a little bit more organized and they were a little bit more professional. The families described really poor interactions with people at Ingram, partly because the people at Ingram Elementary were so ill-informed, they didn't even know that they were dealing with a grieving family, right? So they're like, ma'am, you need to move over here or whatever, right? And it was very upsetting, obviously. And it took hours for somebody to finally get the idea to separate those families outside of the massive chaos of girls showing up by truckload and girls showing up by, helicopter busload, and being, joyously reunited with their families, right? It took way too long for a local official to recognize that we needed to move these people into a separate area. And I think part of the despair was local officials and officials in general refusing to give them even bad information, right? There was a high point, high emotion point where finally the sister of C.C. Stewart finally said, "Have you recovered anyone today?" And finally the person told them no. Okay, they were hungry for any information and they were deprived of information. And I think it was just because there was no organization. It was chaos. There was nobody in charge.
I think that's, I think the thing that's really striking is the chaos continues to compound, right? Without a plan, with complacency, with whatever you want to call it, that leads to chaos in crisis, lack of communication, lack of incident command, both at the city county level and when we get down, into the camp levels. And then by the time you're in post-event, you're already in the throes of chaos at all those levels, and it's going to take, it does take a massive coordination then to get that ship steered in the right direction. Mm-hmm. And I think that's one of the big questions we have to answer here. And to your point, look, I think people try to do the best they can given the circumstances, but we like to talk about how great this state is, how amazing we can do. And if it's not being done at this level, at the local level, then it is our job to make sure that this doesn't happen. Because, and talking with Chairman Meyer earlier, this loss of life was preventable. And it is, I don't know how to process that. I can't even imagine how these families wake up every day.
It's impossible to understand.
And we have to demand better of ourselves. And you mentioned Cajun Navy, and I know that I think we visited with some of those folks last summer, and they expressed some of the same concerns, the stiff arm that took place. Now, you mentioned they've got assets available. These are people that are deployed to hurricane relief. So this isn't a ragtag group of folks. These are folks that know how to do this work, correct?
That's exactly right. And talking to Hunter Burns, Katrina, Harvey, Ike, Rita, North Carolina, they are just welcomed with open arms everywhere they go because, like, for example, when the river was still high and you couldn't get anywhere, they had thermal drones that they were ready to use. They had hundreds of assets. Again, all vetted, certified search and rescue people, off-duty police officers, off-duty fire department, off-duty emergency personnel, boats, the low-profile boats, the helicopter. You name it. It's actually so impressive. And when Hunter Burns told me that he called the local agencies and was told, stand down, we don't need you. I asked him, what did you make of that? And he said, one, I was taken aback based on what I was seeing on the news, and two, I was hopeful that that was accurate information and that it wasn't as bad as I thought it was. And it wasn't until Michael McCowan called him saying, I'm standing here next to a child's body, that he said, I'm getting in my car, I'm self-deploying these assets, I'm getting them down there, and we'll just see where it goes. And eventually they were let in. But critical hours that the stewards, I'm sure, have profound questions as to why the odds of finding their daughter's remains in those first 24 hours were critical, and those resources and those assets weren't just, welcomed in immediately.
That's exactly the point in terms of deploying resources quickly and efficiently, because recovery and the peace of mind that a family could have in recovering their baby, when someone is stiff-armed from deploying that help, the likelihood goes down. And you answered my question. Those were local decisions that were being made. And if you could, and if you don't have it handy, when we talk about a local entity, I want to know who that was.
I'll have to get that information. I drilled down
I'm
on
sure
that
they
with
will
both
know
of
who
these
they
guys,
called.
and they have it all documented.
I think that's something that we do need to know. Again, Casey, Mike, and your whole team, I appreciate everything y'all are doing, and thank you for the presentation today and for answering the questions.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll just ditto. Thank you for your work. You've closed the loop. You brought clarity to a magic window of 1:14 to, say, 3:30. Up until today, the public and us, until last week when we toured the facility, didn't have that clarity. That clarity brings a whole lot of frustration, anger, and really kind of highlights, I think, where I'm landing on this issue. But to clearly, so I want to speak real quick. You brought it up right off the first of the bat, your scope. It is not the scope to go to the other 119, but we saw the signs and things. We did that, and I want to mention it to the representatives that those that did not serve on that committee in that day of 14-hour hearing, go back, and then from there, go back and look at the legislation that was filed but not passed. SB 1 in the first session, SB 2 in the second session handled a large part of the incident control, handled a large part of the environment in which we train our emergency man coordinators and the hierarchy of who those are if one's out of place and the next guy and the next guy. So there's clarity. There's a theme here with this and Rob, unfortunately. The state can only do what the locals ask or will let them do to a point. In drafting those two SB 1 and 2s, we crossed that conversation of, do we just demand the state to take over? Well, clearly you made a comment that some counties reacted differently than others, and it's that local flavor. It's those guys with the knowledge of the boots on the ground that we gave credit to, that actually at the end of the day we figured out that none of those guys, with the exception of a few isolated heroes, doing the best they can, most of them had no clue on the local level. So your frustration with the incident control and all of the things that involves was real, but it was real because there was nobody taking this seriously. That's just the hard truth. They didn't have anybody willing to take charge and do what they were told, nor were they trained in it, and nor did they want anybody to know. And so when we showed up to do something, Tatum, DPS, Rangers, et cetera, and the Cajun, those guys were like almost to a point, I think, of let's not show what we don't know by just saying no. So anyway, I'm just saying a large part of these conversations we're having today were actually addressed. We've got a few tweaks coming down the pike after we've had some of these hearings and some stuff, so we will refile that, and I welcome any input back towards some of the things that I may not see or hear today. Specifically, I want to make this for the record, for clear. I think I understand it. the big three did not have radios. Is that correct or not correct? Or did they have radios?
Yeah, that's not correct. They did have a radio.
They did have radios. So they could have been in the walkie-talkie chain, but they weren't.
Correct. Somebody could have radioed to them to get on the PA, because the PA is in the front office.
So to be clear, I guess they're just different channels. So when I'm talking on a walkie, if I'm Dick Eastland and I'm on the walkie-talkie, that's not going out to a universe of walkie-talkies. That's specific to a one individual.
No. There are two channels. You might be better answering this one. There are two channels. One that goes to everybody that has a walkie-talkie. But go ahead.
So, Senator, my understanding from our interviews at Camp Mystic.
Judge, if you can say your name for the record,
yeah,
please.
Sure, Michael Massingale, and it's an honor to be part of this process. So we asked a lot of questions when we were at Camp Mystic about the communications out there. There's a big radio tower at the top of the hill near the camp that's used to facilitate radio communication at the camp. And the primary use of the walkie-talkies is on one channel where when one person speaks into it, everybody who has their walkie-talkie on hears the same thing. It turns out that that's ended up being a reason why there was some reluctance at times to use the walkie-talkie, particularly in the middle of the night, because if somebody says something, it's going to everybody. So when Dick Eastland radioed to get Edward Eastland at 1:45 in the morning, that was heard by anybody else who had the radio on. So Britt and Katie Eastland heard that at the Cypress Creek camp. But some others did not hear it, even though they had the radio. So I think Tweety told us that she did not hear it, even though she had a radio. Mary Liz heard it because she was with Edward, and they had a radio that was available to them both. So if the big three had their radio on, they should have heard it. And it should have been heard as well by Glenn Jenke and by the guard at the gate. There was another channel available on the walkie-talkie. I think that was a different channel that was kind of a backup method of communication on the camp. So I hope answer your question, but
yeah, I get it. I think I hear what you're saying. So something as simple as a meeting with the counselors, so here's one thing I think I make the distinction of. If you're a counselor, you have responsibility at some level. You're the boots, you're the eyes, you're the front line, you're in those cabins, you see things, you hear things, and if not even for a flood purpose, that ability to walkie-talkie. I've got a kid here, I can't leave. The other counselor's dealing with another kid. I mean, that two-way communication just makes sense to me. But I just want to make sure specifically that they did have the walkie-talkie. When we were out at site, you made a comment, because the Polish girls, I think some of the counselors, that they have phone access when they're off duty, which would mean by virtue when they're on duty, they would still have access to the phone. That was just a rule, you didn't use it, correct? So the Wi-Fi piece, though, y'all made a comment. I said, so they had their phones. They couldn't communicate, but the family was communicating on a closed-loop Wi-Fi system, correct?
That's our understanding.
And those counselors would not have had the code to the Wi-Fi network, I assume, or they could have logged into it?
They did have access to Wi-Fi in Bird, their counselor lounge that they could use if they didn't want to go to town on their nights off or their days off. They could get on their computers to do college work and you know.
But if I'm a Polish cook at the second level looking out, and I have my phone, they obviously did.
They did.
If I had had that Wi-Fi access and could have made commentary, in other words, this isolation of I'm going to make all the decisions clearly is the heart of the problem. So, but bottom line is there was other communication forms that either by rule or by lack of education or lack of delegation of ability to do it did not get used for whatever reason.
That's correct.
Okay.
if I could amplify one thing that I think is important about communication at the camp, we hear a lot about spotty cell phone service in that part of the state, and that is an issue at Camp Mystic. However, as Ms. Garrett mentioned, they do have fiber broadband internet access at Camp Mystic. That is connected to the Wi-Fi network that you mentioned, Senator. And so for particularly the adult staff, the evidence shows that they routinely relied on text messaging to communicate with each other, and they're able to do that, in substantial part because there's Wi-Fi that fills in for gaps in the cell phone coverage.
That's where I was going with the question based on those, because you said that when we were out there the other day. So, again, training, communication plan, Wi-Fi is accessed, Wi-Fi is available. Because of fiber, and I know I'm gotten a lot of pushback about requiring a fiber. We're going to hopefully have some funding for that. But point being is fiber is ultimately still the most dependable, reliable connection for people, period. Mr. Chair, I'm going to get outside my box real quick. And because we're going to continue to have this conversation, we're going to get into the weeds, but here's the bottom line, and it's just kind of after today and the trip to the day. The fate of those girls was set before any first drop of rain ever fell. I want to be clear. Mystic just happened to be the unlucky one, because I think every camp has fallen into this human nature of complacency, and we'll check the boxes, and I would say that dishes has a contributory role in that. And I think that as we go through this process, but the things that were common sense and the things that should have been done didn't get done. But I also want to be cautious of the narrative that I sense is feeling and building here, that it was because of a strong-willed, strong-fisted, patriarchal individual that controlled the whole operations, and that's no excuse. Period. So our task will be what our task is, and when we come to a consensus of what that looks like. But at the end of the day, especially if I'm a relative of that patriarch and I see things that don't feel right, I have a responsibility to say, this isn't right, Dad. But this is falling into a weird space that let's just put it on someone that can't defend themselves. Well, no, the whole thing is indefensible. And the whole problem with it is indefensible. So we now have hindsight 2020 on things they didn't do and should have done. We kind of had that perspective back in a way, but your clarity for that timeline of what got missed in that window of opportunity. And then I'll save the rest for tomorrow, because there's a secondary level to the dishes process here that's going to come under pretty hard scrutiny tomorrow, because this is painful. And the amount of pain and how long this pain goes is directly related to how much one side of this equation wants to push it. But it's just sad that these kids didn't have a chance with that leadership and with the processes in place.
Chair recognizes Chair Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To both of you, we give our sincere gratitude and appreciation for what you've done in your work to bring clarity to some very disturbing facts. I know how hard you've worked on this, and we're grateful for it. Over the last 10 months, we've all been hearing phrases like once-in-a-lifetime event. No one could ever plan for such an event. Operators were doing the best they could under extraordinary circumstances. I'd like to drill down and give you a chance to restate and summarize the 3 windows of opportunity, because that is why this committee is here. We're trying to learn from it, but there were 3 opportunities that could have been 3 roads that were could have been traveled that would have saved these children. To Joe's phrase, the loss of life was preventable. So would you restate and kind of summarize again for the benefit of the committee and the folks gathered here and those online, what you two consider to be those three avenues that we could have saved all of these children?
Sure. One thing I want to comment on is your first remarks. I deeply disagree. I know it's out there. I know I will offend some people, but I deeply disagree that this was unpredictable.
I think your slide demonstrated it happened.
Yeah, I can't.
It happened plenty of times before.
I can't live with that.
I just get tired of arguing about that. I get tired of arguing that this is a once in a lifetime event. I know darn well that's not the case, but I want to get beyond that. I mean, there are some people that are never going to be convinced that this is any more than an act of God. But what I'm trying to drill down to is these opportunities that were had, that were placed in front of people of responsibility, that were charged with the safety of these children's lives, and they weren't taken.
Okay, I can give you some thoughts on that. I think that an entity that takes custody of nearly 600 children has a duty to be plugged in to what TDEM's saying. They have a duty to be plugged in to what the National Weather Service is saying. They have a duty. I mean, Senator Colkhorst said something at the break. You know, in 1987, there were no cell phones, there were no radar apps. There weren't. You know, we've got all that now. We have access to so much information, and the opportunities were limitless. Just even on July 3rd, instead of counselor skits and taps, we're going to have a big old slumber party in James Hall, because we've been watching the TDEM website. We've been all over social media seeing all these watches and warnings come in. We don't have the benefit of succumbing to alert fatigue. Every homeowner down there can make their own decision. You know, I live in Houston, Texas. I can make my own decision about what hurricane watches and warnings I want to disregard or pay attention to. My husband and I can make those decisions for our family. Those homeowners down there can make those decisions for their families, and did, and had to, and had to. Tragically and frighteningly, those were their decisions to make. But when you have kids at your house, even just when you have your children have a slumber party or whatever, you have friends over, your duties just completely change. And so the access that people had to this information was really, pretty endless, or pretty substantial. And so, there were missed opportunities from way early on. You get to the 114 mark, flash flood warning. Again, this is not about a river rising. This is about the flash flood danger. You ignore, again, a homeowner can choose to, a camper and somebody in their RV park or whatever, they can choose to ignore warnings and information. They can make those decisions for their families. When you have the custody, I know I'm preaching to the choir here, but when at 114,
I think it needs to be stated.
Okay.
This is being broadcast to a lot of people, and it needs to be stated.
At 114, there was a missed opportunity to take everybody over to Cypress Lake. At 114, there was a missed opportunity to put people in upstairs quarters. I do not think that Rec Hall was a reasonable muster site for 386 campers. I don't think that would have worked. I think it barely worked for the 95 campers and 13 counselors that were in there. So once Bubblegum Creek became impassable, We no longer have James Hall as an appropriate muster site or anything over on Cypress Lake as an appropriate muster site, but we have the upstairs commissary over Polar Palace over the commissary. We have Uptight over the garage. We have Rec Hall. There are places where these girls, they could go up the hill. There's a pavilion up on Sky High. There was higher ground, okay, after 2 a.m. when Bubblegum Creek became impassable. From 2 a.m., when you're no longer able to go to Cypress Lake, all the way up until our time-stamped photo at 3:26, you still had the opportunity to get on the PA, to go around knock on every door, to round up the grounds crew that was in the garage, to round up Craig and Betsy, to round up Richard, to give out the information, to delegate the information that needed to be delegated. You had so much time to get all of those girls somewhere other than those deadly cabins.
Do you have any reason to believe that the PA system wasn't working?
We have no reason to believe that. We cannot say that for certain in those hours. What we can say is that most of the witnesses that have testified to us have indicated that taps was played at its regular time. I don't have any reason to believe that with the power still on that it wasn't working, but no, we can't say for sure whether or not it was operational, but I haven't heard a single person say that there was an attempt to use it.
If I can restate it in what I'm going to try to use as completely objective and fact-based terms, up to 3:25, 3:26 a.m.
2 hours after the flood alert. 2 hours.
Over 2 hours after the flash flood warning, and all of the other events along the timeline that you heard about this morning, at 3:26 a.m., when 3 adults were making their second evacuation trip to load campers onto vehicles to drive them back to Rec Hall, they had the opportunity to save every camper had they made the decision to instead go cabin to tell the girls to move to higher ground, whether that was Rec Hall or going up a hill or going to Polar Palace or any other higher ground. You can tell from the video evidence that that was possible for a child as young as 8 years old up to that point on the timeline, and there were other adults available to help as well. So had the adult staff been empowered with a written evacuation plan, training about a written evacuation plan, assigned responsibilities as part of an evacuation plan, knowledge of where the evacuation would go to, all of those adult staff members, all of those adult counselors would have had some idea of what to do up to and including 3:26 a.m. when they all safely could have gotten to higher ground.
I think each one of us, all of us, experienced the setting of standing outside in the rain of the Twins 1 and 2 cabin. And as we were facing the cabin, we looked up to our right on a pole, not a few yards away, was the PA speaker. And then we look to our left and we see the stairway leading to the commissary. At any time, your information is that the PA system was working and functioning. There's no indication after the event that it was not functioning, correct?
And there's been no testimony to that effect in any of the court hearings that the PA system was not operational. But I have stated that we can't answer that, but there's been no contrary evidence.
We know there was no power. I don't know where that equipment was stored, so I don't know if it was underwater or at what point in time it might have become unusable. That's the kind of question that some people might be able to answer for us that we haven't been able to speak to yet, because that equipment was in the front office and accessible by the big three counselors.
Maybe we'll ask that question tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so
Senator
much.
Colcourse, you're recognized.
Thank you so much. Echo the comments of my colleagues with gratitude, and how difficult this must have been for all of you in the interviews, but how grateful we are to have really a third party, clean and fresh eyes on the whole situation. I'm going to follow up with some questions from my colleagues that have made great points, and just kind of walking through this timeline to, again, reiterate. When I say this, I want to speak to camp owners across the state of Texas, and I'm looking, I don't know what camera it is. Listen closely. Because lives could have been saved without changes in statute. And I want everyone to listen. I have been trying to wrap my mind around it, Senator Perry, since you chaired those hearings this summer. To my colleague, to my constituents, the Hollis family, I love you. Thank you for your courage. To all the families. To you camp owners, listen. Listen. So let's walk through this real quickly. Follow up with Chairman Darby, Chairman Moody, Senator. We know the culture. We understand that. We respect it. But on your timeline, there's a couple of things. Senator Menendez, you asked, some had 3 counselors, but not Bubbles in or twins 1 and 2. Is that correct?
That's correct. And one of the counselors in Twins 1 was 17.
I'm going to say this again. The youngest on that campsite, traditionally they would have 3. They had 2.
The ones that required the most care.
I heard you say that the junior counselors were called ETS. ETTES.
Correct.
Were all of the counselors in Bubbles in and Twins 1 and 2 ETS?
Yes. Chloe and Catherine were ETS. The 2 counselors in Twins 2 and the 2 counselors in Twins 1.
Bug House and Look In, the first to be evacuated in an official capacity, were they ETS?
I have lists, and I'd have to check those, but I don't think they all were. I know in Bug House, one of the 3, there were 3 counselors in Bug House. One of the 3 is the one that I described as getting hired 3 or 4 days before the start of that session.
I'm going on your testimony today, your timeline. To Chairman Darby's point, and Senator Perry, on July the 2nd, inspection by dishes. That's what you've said. I want to make sure, and tomorrow we'll ask more questions. Sanitation specialist, correct?
Correct.
Not a safety consultant.
Not to my knowledge. She has multiple camps. She lives in Uvalde. She has a big job. And I have no reason to believe she has any training in being a safety expert.
She did ask the questions and check the boxes.
Yes, she filled out a lengthy inspection report, which we have a copy of if you'd like to look at it.
We will want to look at that, and we'll follow up with more questions tomorrow. To Chairman Darby, on July the 3rd, TDM ramps up communication, activates more protocol awareness for floods. 10 a.m., TDM has a phone conversation with 468 on a Zoom call dial-in. I have been a part of many of those through the years. No one from Kerr County on that, correct?
We do not believe anybody from Kerr County was on it. This was explored at the hearings that were conducted last summer, and Kerr County received the notifications The people who received them and ordinarily would have acted on them in Kerr County were unavailable, one due to illness and previously scheduled time off. The county judge was away from the county, and we have no information that Kerr County participated in that call. There was follow-up information provided by TDEM that summarized the call, and that was mentioned in the hearing last summer. But we have no information that anybody in Kerr County acted on that information. And I thought I thought that panel was compelling, that included the Kerr County and Kendall County representatives last summer because of the stark contrast
Of loss of life in
well,
those
of
two counties.
reaction, because in Kerr County, the evidence is that we do not see evidence of action taken on the TDEM warnings and alerts to share information locally, such as to a camp like Camp Mystic. And there's not evidence that the leadership on the evening of July 3 understood that there was a possibility of severe weather that camps and RV parks and other citizens might need to be prepared for. But in Kendall County, acting on the same information that was made available from TDEM, there was that kind of outreach. And the county judge said he went to bed on the night of July 3 with a sense of dread about what might happen. And that contrasts greatly both with what we know about what the emergency coordinators in Kerr County were not doing. And it also contrasts with what we heard from people at Camp Mystic about how they went to bed on July 3 with no sense that there was a risk of severe weather overnight, and that they thought it was like any other day.
So at 1:18 p.m., flood watch from the National Weather Service on July the 3rd. At 12:45 a.m., I heard y'all say that counselors that had the night off, did they literally call into Camp Mystic, or where did they call to say that there is trouble on the highway, which we all know about River Road and its proximity to the river, but more importantly, how much water was on the road? And
Well,
it was really from the sheets of rain coming down at that point.
What we know about that is not that they called the camp. They had taken their night off.
Who did they call at the camp?
No, we don't have any information that they called anybody at the camp. They'd taken their night off. They'd gone to Walmart. They went a couple different places. They were hanging out. And when they came back, they were very troubled by the drive and how dangerous it was. And they said something when they got back to Francis Blackwell Loper and to the Big Three when they went to turn their phones in.
Okay.
And they were told, and one of the girls was a local, and so she said it was some of the worst that she had seen. And they were told, well, next time, call us if you feel like it's safer to stay back. So they had already come back and orally reported it.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
1:14 a.m., flash flood warning. We know that Dick Eastland received that on his phone, correct?
We know that he received it in some form because we believe it was on his phone, but we don't know that because it doesn't show on his phone. It shows on Edward's phone. And we know that Glenn has indicated receiving it. Glenn has indicated discussing it with Dick. We know that Dick almost immediately went to the National Weather Service website or app on his phone, those records that we showed that were actual launches of an app. So we do know the evidence
And
points.
I have y'all at 12:42 a.m. to 3:23 a.m. Dick Eastland constantly monitoring weather apps. Is
Absolutely.
that correct? Off
and,
of pings.
And right around the time of the 114 app, he goes to the National Weather Service app. And the NOAA.
At 1:45, Dick summons Edward. Then we move on to at 2:01, Edward sends video of Gum Creek being out and says he's not coming back. And I want to move to a couple of other things. And this was the part that I starred. At 2:33 a.m., Dick texts Tweety, 4 inches have already fallen. Now back to the history of what you gave on this camp and how long the Eastlands have been a part of this camp, and the to your answer of when that email was sent about the video from 2017. That email was actually from 2017, as I saw on the screen. Correct?
We verified it was March. Heather verified it was in March of 2017.
In 2018, he sends another email about flood history to his family and others that work there, right? So he clearly knows. At 2:33 a.m., after receiving a 114 warning, not a watch any longer. This is a warning. We should all know. We should all know. And if you're listening to this and you don't, look up what warning means. It means it is imminent. Am I correct?
Yes, ma'am.
At 2:37, and again, this is such a troubling moment. 2 counselors, we walked those grounds, had, as you described, they had met outside of Bug Hut and Look In. There's a little sidewalk that connects those two. And they had met outside to discuss what should we do. And they made the decision in a torrential downpour to go find
help,
an adult, a help. At 2:33, he had already told his wife it's 4 inches. And at 2:37, he drives them. Did I hear you say that correctly?
That's correct.
Drives them and tells them and looks and says, put down towels and wipe up the water that is coming off of the cliff. For those of you that don't understand, it is a cliff behind these. And so water is I think in the testimony this summer, it was a half an inch every 30 seconds. If I remember correctly, that's from my memory, and I have really good notes that I can go back. So extrapolate an inch a minute, right?
I should mention, Senator, to your point, just on the knowledge. I mean, I don't think nobody in the family or anybody questions that Dick was a weather expert. He was committed to safety regarding the weather. He was obsessed with weather. They will all describe that to you. He did also serve for many years throughout the decades on the Upper Guadalupe River Authority Board, and he was currently on that board since 2022 at the time of this event. So he was knowledgeable about the impact that 4 inches would have had.
At 2:55, Francis from the Gatehouse radios, and they lose contact. At 3 a.m., Dick radios, need to get girls out of Bug House. At 3:10, Tweety texts that their house is flooding. Pages of notes here. I want to focus in on just one other thing.
Yes, ma'am.
You had a slide that said adults at uptight garage area, which is the flats side of the Edmondson Creek.
That's correct.
So if everyone doesn't understand, it's near Pop Inn, and it's over here, and it's a little higher ground.
I would say that's accurate.
Little?
Yes. Water had not gotten into the garage.
All of the adults that were standing there, so you had groundspeople. Who else did you describe in that group?
So you have the grounds guys in the garage, which was just mere feet away. You had 3 nurses that had been evacuated from the infirmary. You had Richard Eastland, Craig Althouse, Betsy Althouse, Frank Albritton, and yes, quite a number.
And they stood there, you described it last Monday, they stood there for how long? How long were they gathered there?
Well, we believe that, Betsy Althouse had seen headlights moving around, had seen the vehicles moving around. We know that was happening around the 3 a.m. hour, around that 3 a.m. point. That concerned her. She knew something was going on. She wakes up Craig. That's when they all start to kind of come out around that time.
Representative Darby established with y'all in his line of questioning that the PA system was working.
Well, as we pointed out, we don't have any evidence to the contrary, but we obviously can't say that
electricity was still working.
Power was still on.
At 1:14, just at 1:14 a.m., like Representative Darby asked, if you just, even if you delayed, even if they had gone and some time, and what's the time stamp on when they moved the canoes? Do you know?
Edward was summoned to come help move the canoes at 1:45. He describes that Dick called the grounds crew immediately after radioing him. So we're talking about 1:45 to 2 a.m.
Yeah, 1:47, I think I wrote down. Even after they moved the canoes. Judge, you said that they could have literally gone door to door and just knocked. Could the girls at that point have walked to safety?
Yes. Yes, and the reason I emphasize that they literally could have walked door to each cabin is because we don't know 100% certainly that the PA was available, but, and it's hindsight, but if they had gone to each cabin and told the girls to move to higher ground, they had time then. And by the time they came back the third time, they had lost the opportunity.
And I should point out that I became aware from witnesses that at least one, possibly 2 counselors from Bug House actually, I think, assisted in the evacuations by knocking on the doors of Look In and Tumble 1 and 2 to make sure everybody was up. Because believe it or not, there were little girls. I've heard testimony, Senator Perry, I mean, some kids can sleep through literally anything, and some of them were. And so it definitely assisted in the evacuation that these Bug House counselors were said to have at least pounded on a couple of those doors to make sure they were up, which made them more readily available to jump into those vehicles. So
how
the counselors
far was that walk to safety? I mean, like if you just measure it.
Well, it just depends on what the walk to
behind
safety.
the hill. It could have been just go up the hill, right? Which some did.
Right, and that's what I mean. It just depends on what your walk to safety definition is. For twins, obviously, it was 20 feet to the staircase out the commissary. For Bubble, you stood there. They could have walked to Rec Hall. People could have gone just like we saw with Gigglebox. Glenn getting those girls over to Crickett's Corner and up the hill. We could have gotten Bubble and Twin across that street and up the hill. So there were numerous different distances, if you will, on what to safety meant. And I do want to reiterate, I'm not sure Rec Hall was safety for everybody. There's no way 386 girls could have been there, but they could have gone different directions, and some of those distances would be quite short.
Senator, if I might real quick, I think what could be helpful, because I was thinking the exact same thing you are thinking, is it possible to get that map back up there onto the screen so we can see what I would call the distance to safety? And you guys can go from Bubble Inn to the hill, from Twins to the commissary. Can we do that so we can all have a visual? We were out there, so we were able to see it. Because before I went to tour, in my mind's eye, all of this is really, really, really spread out. It is not. How far it was from those adults to those cabins. Can we get those
Chairman,
distances?
Yeah, Chairman, that's an excellent point, because I think that my mind's eye was very different than when we all toured last Monday, to understand how truly clustered this area is on the flats.
So we've prepared a few distances that are relevant.
Thank you, Senator.
So from Bubble Inn, to get from Bubble Inn across the road to Nut Hut, which is one of the cabins from which the campers evacuated up the hill. It's about 100 feet. A child could walk it in 30 seconds. It's about the length of a basketball court. To get from Bubble Inn to Polar Palace, above the commissary where the Polish kitchen workers were, it's about 142 feet.
Hold on, Judge, if you don't mind just waiting till we get that map up.
Yeah,
I just
sorry.
think it gives folks a better idea about the distance to safety.
And I can follow along with the cursor.
That would be great. Thank you, Mrs. Garrett.
Can we get the zoomed out one?
Mrs. Garrett.
There we go, that's perfect. Okay, so Michael, you said from Bubble Inn across the,
I'm sorry, Judge, could you start from the beginning, please?
Sure. So from Bubble Inn across the road to Nut Hut, which is a cabin, it's directly across the road, and from that cabin, girls were able to evacuate up the hill. It's about 100 feet. Child could walk it in under 30 seconds. It's the length of a basketball court. To go from Bubble Inn to Polar Palace, which was above the commissary and where the Polish kitchen workers were, it's just under 50 yards. Child could walk it in 40 seconds. It's the length of a bowling lane plus a basketball court. To get from Bubble Inn to Rec Hall, that's a little over 100 yards. It's closer to 120 yards. Child could walk it in under 2 minutes. It's about the length of a city block. But I think, and it's helpful to understand the relatively short distances to all of those places of safety. But I would emphasize again that, up until 3:25 a.m., when we've seen campers walking in ankle-deep water to Rec Hall, we know that these campers safely could have evacuated to any of those locations, or for that matter, they could have headed towards the Cypress Lake camp or any place else that was safer. I guess they couldn't cross the creek at that point, but the point is they could get anywhere.
So stay with me there. That's
Sure.
an important point, because the Polish workers' video is from 3:26 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And they were in ankle-deep water, the girls walking to Rec Hall, correct?
Correct.
I have at 3:51 a.m. Dick Eastland submerged, correct?
correct.
He went to Bubbles Inn at approximately, this was rescue attempt number 3, between 3:24 and 3:40 a.m.
That's what we believe.
So from the time, if I go all the way back of him being awake, and this is where I want all of the camp owners and directors of knowing something's not right, because he was pinging lots. And as I told you while we took a break, in the previous floods, I mean, we didn't have the technology we have today. From even, you get the warning at 1:14. You're not quite as panicked as when you text your wife at 2:33. that it's 4 inches. And Judge, as you describe it, we're talking a bowling alley and a basketball court walk. Am I missing anything here?
The only thing that I would point out in the interest of fairness and in the interest of hindsight, and I said this earlier, there is a point at which sheltering in place is an appropriate response to to this, right? Until it's not, right? And Senator Perry pointed out that the legislation from last year has taken we were talking about this at the site visit, that trigger point that Dick was looking for. Mm-hmm. Like, he's thinking, these girls weigh 50 pounds, they're 8 years old. I don't know what he was thinking, but we can assume sending them out, even into a little bit of water, is dangerous. So sheltering this in place is not outrageous until it's not, right? Until it's no longer safe, in which case you need an evacuation plan that didn't exist. You need delegation, which didn't exist. You need training, which didn't exist. However, as Senator Perry and I were discussing, he was trying to figure out when to hit the big red button, right? When was that moment? And the new law has taken away that dreadful decision-making process, right? Now we know that the trigger point is decided for you when there's a flash flood warning. And had that happened, they could have been in Cypress Lake or some of those other muster sites.
And that's a question. Was there a true muster site? Was there really a true muster site for a flood?
So I think the answer to that, Senator, is it wasn't in writing. It wasn't part of the training, either for the permanent staff or for the seasonal staff, including counselors. And so even if it's the case that Dick Eastland had an evacuation plan in his mind that involved evacuating campers to rec hall if and when, in his judgment, that became necessary, number one, that didn't satisfy the requirements of the Texas Administrative Code that applied at the time. But more importantly, it didn't empower anybody else at that camp to participate and help in the evacuation of the campers. And I think that contributes to a difficult to understand fact, such as adults standing and not doing anything. If there's not been a written plan, if there's not been an advance assignment of responsibility, if there's not been advance drills, then they're reacting to information as they receive it, and they're trying to figure out what, if anything, they should be doing rather than acting upon something that's been planned for in advance.
And so, to wrap this up, I obviously Dick Eastland died trying to save these girls. Ms. Garrett, you and I stood for probably longer than you wanted to in the rain with me last week, answering my numerous questions. Y'all had left. I think, Mr. Chairman, you had waited because you had a few more, but I know you wanted to almost escape my many questions.
No, that's not true. You were very thoughtful.
But you said something so important to me and to the Eastland family. You said you're caring people. Did you say something like that? That they were caring people?
Absolutely. I mean, absolutely. They didn't want this to happen. Nobody, I don't see how anybody could posit that. I mean, they are loving Christian people. Unfortunately, they were running a multi-million-dollar for-profit business like a something from 1965. It hadn't changed. And that's part of your complacency argument. Yeah, I mean, these people did not want this to happen. They are good people that cared about these girls and these families, but nothing had changed in decades. And as one of you, Senator Perry, pointed out, you put the word director behind your name. You can't rest on the fact that I can't cross my dad or dad's in charge. You have to. There had to be some change, and it's the complacency that you've brought up many, many times that was the problem. It was certainly not a lack of caring or loving. It was a lack of change.
And so to my friends and colleagues on this dais, in the audience, watching, we've all tried to wrap our heads around this. A disaster. We've been through a few. Senator Hughes. But on this one, and this is why I'm speaking directly to people who are licensed, who are in care of children, who cannot make their own decisions, who were obedient that night. Complacency had set in. I know, Ms. Garrett, I said that to you so many times. And driving home over 4.5 hours last Monday, and walking into my home and trying to explain it to myself, to God, trying to figure out why, trying to explain it to my spouse. Mother Nature doesn't blink. We must heed those warnings. And we must always err on the side of more caution. There is nothing that is lost if you act on your gut. And that night, Dick Eastland obviously knew something was wrong. He would not have pinged weather sites that much. And I just feel like, and you've been talking to some of the people up and down the river, which, Senator Perry, you have pointed out. Senate Bill 1 of the first called session, Senate Bill 2 of the second called session has some great things in it. They're going to prevent natural disasters from potentially taking the lives of others. But we must all of us in our personal lives, not become complacent. Not to give in to that's how we've always done it. Not to look inwardly to get better every day, especially when you're in the care of other people. The people up and down in that county of that river, and we drove down River Road and we saw the signs of how many people died. Senator Flores, your home county, or one of your counties that you represent. A lady that testified, Senator Perry, in Kerrville, when she sat there and she said, I've lived in this valley for 60-something years, and complacency had set in to everyone there. We will do better. We'll drill down more. I got your warnings.
I hope
took
so.
Many, the post takeaway. I'm just so sorry for all of the loss.
Chair recognizes Representative Dyson for some questions. No questions? Okay, very good. Yeah, I do. I just kind of want to finish this map scenario, Judge, if you don't mind. So, because you did bubble in. Now let's do the same scenario for twins, 1 and 2.
Sure. So twins, of course, is right next to Bubble Inn. So it's very similar. Get my numbers back in front of me. So for twins, to walk across the road to Nut Hut, it's a little further away, just over 50 yards, about a 45-second walk for a child, length of an Olympic swimming pool. For twins to get to Rec Hall, which is a little closer from twins than from Bubble Inn, there's just over 100 yards, 106 yards, about a 90-second walk for a child, again, about the length of a city block. The distance to Polar Palace is about the same. They're kind of equally situated, so it's just under 50 yards, about a 40-second walk for a child.
Okay, and then where we obviously discussed quite a bit, the adults, the 15 to 20 adults, where were they in proximity to those cabins?
Right here. Down here.
Okay, how far is that approximately?
So I have a measurement from
Handy Hut.
but to Bug House.
This is Handy Hut, right
Okay.
here, where the cursor is.
Okay.
That's Handy Hut, so it's very close.
I don't have that measurement ready for you, Mr. Chairman.
If you could provide that, that'd be great. I think it just gives us a sense, again.
Yeah, no. We can include these measurements in the report. I think it's a good idea.
That'd be great. And also the length of that drive as well to Bug, from Wiggle to Bug. It appears long on the map, but again, getting back to the senator's point.
I do have from Handy Hut to Bug House.
Right, so Handy Hut's right here.
Okay.
All the way to Bug House.
That's 286 yards. So it's about a 4-minute walk, about 2 to 3 city blocks.
Okay. Okay, and then something that struck me earlier today, which honestly I know we had numerous phone calls and meetings, and we have been going over this for months and months and months, but it struck me today, and I can certainly ask him tomorrow, but what time did Edward tell Jumble House to walk?
Sure, that would have been the second evacuation attempt.
Okay.
We know that Jumble House was walking into Rec Hall at approximately 3:26 because some of them were in that picture. So it would have been just moments before 3:26.
Okay, so did he tell you, and I will ask him tomorrow for sure, so he told Jumble House to walk. Did he then hit Nut Hut and tell them to walk?
No.
Did he then hit Chatterbox and tell them to walk? Did he then hit Bubble Inn and tell them to walk? Did he hit Gigglebox, tell them to walk, Wiggle Inn to walk, or Twins 1 and 2 to walk?
No.
He
not
didn't
to my
say,
knowledge.
although he did specifically tell Jumble House, it's time to walk, it's time to move.
Yeah. Yes, he did. Counselors inquired, should we walk? And he said yes. We don't have telling the counselors in Twins 1 and 2 and Bubble to stay put. During the back and forth, they were told to stay put because they were going to come back and get them. Obviously, it wasn't like nefarious if they told them to stay
Of
put.
course
They
not.
intended to come back and get them, but no, they did not tell them to walk.
All right, so we did
Yes,
tell
sir.
Jumble to walk, but we didn't tell the other ones to walk.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. And then is there anything, obviously we've all been aware that there's court cases going on and media coverage. Is there anything about what you have presented this morning that you believe is different from what we see kind of on the outside narrative?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's an important question, Mr. Chairman, because as Ms. Garrett said, we are paying very close attention to what's happening, the news reporting, what's happening in these lawsuits, what's being said in the courtrooms. And the presentation that was made this morning by Ms. Garrett, obviously the access that we have had and the opportunity that we have had to speak to the people at Camp Mystic, the families who are grieving, all of the people that we've been speaking to We have not been encumbered by working through the process of ongoing litigation. And as has been said repeatedly and accurately, we've gotten a lot of great cooperation from everybody we've spoken to. True candor, vulnerability, honesty in our assessment. I think it's fair to say. And so what we have strived to do, and what I think everybody had a chance to see this morning, was an objective and balanced presentation of facts, not filtered through any agenda of trying to place blame or even necessarily to impose conclusions. But what today's presentation was about was presenting facts to you that we've learned, and it's a telling of those facts that is, I think, materially different than any other report that's out there until today. So I think it's been important. I hope it's therapeutic in some sense. I suspect that there's a lot of people who learned things today, had questions that have been on their minds for a while, and have learned answers. But primarily, today, the narrative we've presented today has been about objectivity and balance and precision.
I agree with all of that, for sure. I would just add one slight comment about we were there all day Monday for the testimony. Nothing that was testified on Monday was a surprise to us, based on our interviews, our lengthy interviews with the Eastlands. So nothing out of that day of testimony was a surprise. Obviously, you know where we were on Tuesday, which was with you in a briefing. And I'd received information during those days, and we have since seen the transcripts. And again, there's really nothing that came out in that testimony that hasn't been consistently, described in our interviews. It's, in other words, the Eastlands have been consistent in terms of our interviews and what was said on the stand. But I completely echo Michael's comments that. Obviously, we had a different aim than we weren't involved in understandably advocating. It was advocacy. It's advocacy in the courtrooms, and for us, it was interviews, and so they've been consistent.
Right, and so your entire goal throughout this process has been objectivity and transparency. Is that accurate to say?
Well, I definitely would like to say that. That's what we've strived to do at every angle. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I wouldn't just say
Yeah.
to say it. I say that you have shown it here today, and I know we as a committee, all of us up here, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, thank our investigators for your continued work. Couple of things I want to make sure I'm clear on. We've learned a lot today. Everyone has learned a lot today. The elevation. So the map is helpful here. Those of us who have been there, many in this room have been here a lot, more than we have. We realize that. But those who have been there recognize this is a generally flat area. Obviously, that's the nickname. Do we know the relative elevation, say, from one end to the other, and which cabins are higher or lower than the others? If you know, I'd like to know that, and was that information available? Tell us about that. That would obviously inform who's at the greatest risk, how we might prioritize in a situation like this. And I've asked a question I don't know the answer to, which is not a good policy, but I'd like to know.
I'm going to take a stab at this, Senator. So the short answer is yes, we have the information. I'm not prepared to give you a lot of detailed data, from this seat about the relative elevations of the different structures on the camp. We have all that information, and it is a topic that is discussed in some ways in connection with this incident, and it's come up in the context of the civil litigation. It's related to the flood maps that are in existence, and so the definition of what's a 100-year floodplain, a 500-year floodplain, other things like that. It's obviously a complex topic that, none of us are experts on this.
Right.
And it's fundamentally our judgment that we didn't have to become experts about it because it wasn't necessary to tell the story we told this morning. I can see how that information could come into play in the kinds of questions that would be posed in a court of law or to an arbitrator or a jury, however a civil lawsuit ends up getting resolved. But we really didn't have to resolve any of those kinds of questions to tell you the timeline. Is that helpful?
It is. That makes sense. That makes sense. In media coverage, in previous hearings, even in testimony today, we hear the term, is it alert fatigue? And whenever that's said, everybody nods their head because we think about things that we get on our cell phones as regular everyday people. And so we know that's a factor. I do want to focus on Dick Eastland, Mr. Eastland. Based on what you told us, looking at all those different weather apps and websites, doesn't sound like it was an alert fatigue situation with him, or does it? Tell us about that.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, Senator. Everybody would describe him as vigilant about weather. Everybody would describe him as vigilant about safety. It all comes back to that trigger point.
Yes, ma'am.
It really does. I don't necessarily have any evidence to believe that Dick Eastland had alert fatigue. I just think it became an assessment, a moment-by-moment ad hoc assessment on his part that ended up being a failure for obvious reasons. And to Senator Perry's point, I think that many other people were engaging in that same type of behavior in the care of children and in youth camps. So I do think he was vigilant. I don't think he was suffering from alert fatigue. I just don't think he pulled the trigger at the right moment.
Well, that's pretty clear. Thank you. We were talking about the ground crew and the other adults who were on the scene, I guess at the bottom of the map we're looking at here, whatever your perspective is, and how frustrating to us now that they were not aware, not engaged. We may not know the answer to this question, but after the equipment was moved, there's a photograph of Dick with some of those ground crew members
Yes, sir.
inside that garage, the first floor, and even the first floor of that building did not get any water. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then there was the second floor, obviously super safe, completely available. Do we have a sense for what happened between the time he was gathered with all those other adults and the time he was in his vehicle toward the end trying to rescue when it was too late? Do we have a sense for what the communication was between them, if there was any?
Well, we know that picture was taken at 2:14 a.m. We know that they went back, they meaning Dick and Edward and Glenn, went back to the front office where that was kind of their gathering area. I can only assume, so I don't want to over-assume, but that the grounds crew, I do know that they were cut off from their quarters, which were farther up that hill. It's called like Heartbreak Hotel, but you had to pass over Edmondson Creek up at the top of that hill. So they were kind of stuck over where they were. I assume they stayed in the garage. We know that that's probable because they were part of that group. They actually helped Frank Albritton get out of Squeeze Inn, so we know that they were there. They helped Richard get the infirmary nurses out. Again, not that they were in danger, but that the water was coming up and they brought them up. And we know that the grounds crew was then available at daybreak to go down to help rescue people.
So no reason to believe that with the information, they couldn't have gotten down to the office and down to those cabins to help.
Correct, absolutely. There's absolutely no evidence that there was radio communications going on, like, hey guys, I need you back over here. Come back over where you just were and help with this. There was really very little or no evidence of radio communications at that point.
And I would just say, Senator, remember that around 3 a.m., 3:05 a.m. at Bug House, which is the cabin closest to the river, Edward told us there's about an inch of water on the road just after 3 a.m. So, up to that point, there's no reason to think there was any obstacle to those adults being able to get to the other parts of the Guadalupe River camp that were, on that side of Edmondson Creek.
Definitely not.
It's so hard to talk about these things, and let me again thank everyone who's having to listen to this and relive this for many people in this room. But as I ask that, you talked to us about one little girl who was caught up in the current, but then rather than ending up in that grove of trees, she was able to grasp one of those columns on the porch of one of those cabins along the bottom of that ridge. Would you tell us a little bit more about how she told us she was able to stay there for that long? I think that's worth remembering.
It's a sweet story. Her parents describe that like a little monkey, right? She had her legs wrapped around the column. She had her arms wrapped around the column. And she described to her parents that she was digging her chin onto that limestone and using her chin too, right? And gripping in that column, and had to climb up a little to keep her head above water. And she described to her mother how she would grip with her legs so she could relax her arms to rest them. And then she would grip with her arms so she could relax her legs. And then she would use her chin, to help so that she could alternately relax her body to survive on that column. She's a deeply traumatized little child. The parents have said she's really been struggling since this. Obviously, that's, the thing of horror movies. But she did it.
And then you told us for those campers and those who were taken by the current back into that grove of trees, and there was that one tree you showed us, and you gave us an idea of how high it was, how high the base of it was. You mentioned that the tree, what happened to the tree. Would you walk us through that after the water has receded some and folks were able to get in and they've got ladders, they're getting those little girls out of that tree. Tell us again what happened there and what happened after everyone was off the tree.
Sure, that was something that that Edward described as well as Richard. After they got all of the girls out of the tree, which was of course no small task, they held them they used ropes to hold them together so that they could walk behind Bug House. Apparently, they believed it was still safer for them to walk behind the cabins to safety. But as they got the last people out of that tree, the tree just fell over. So it lasted as long as it needed to.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Members, any other questions? Yes, Chair recognizes Chair Darby.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator, for your questions. I did have a kind of a follow-up. One of the things that's been troubling to me is the Eastons went down to the end of the line. What's the difference in elevation between Bug House and Twins or Bubble Inn?
That's a great question, and we're going to get that information to you. And that was something that somebody told me early on, somebody that's really familiar with the area. That Bug House linear distance, obviously, from the river, it's the closest to the river. And if the river's rising, it's the cabin that's going to take on water from the river. And so it's always been the first, all throughout those flood slides in 87 when those girls were evacuated, it's always been the first cabin to be thought of to be evacuated from a rise in the river. But to your point, this wasn't just a rise in the river. It was a flash flood. It was the confluence of Cypress Creek and Edmondson Creek and the Guadalupe and the stalled rain system that was making water sheet off of the hill. So now it doesn't matter what the linear distance to the river is anymore. Now it matters what the lowest cabins are, right? And those affected cabins were, of course, literally in the worst possible point. I mean, Bughouse took water in all the way. You saw the water line, but it was Bubble and Twins that were completely subsumed with water. And again, your point is well made. It wasn't just the rise of the river. It was everything, and that elevation mattered.
And don't you think that the Eastland's response was conditioned upon what had happened in 87, that those cabins flooded first? And so in their minds, they were thinking, let's evacuate those cabins first. Because everyone on this dais, and I'm sure everyone in the audience, first reaction would be, get the youngest out first.
Sure. And
get the youngest that are least capable of protecting themselves out first. Not that the girls in Bughouse and all the other cabins shouldn't be saved, but I'm just wondering about the elevation between those two, because I think I recall you saying that maybe the Twins and Bubble Inn may be at a lower elevation.
We can definitely get that information to you. We've been provided that information, but again, it was history. Always pointed to water coming into Bughouse. That was the only cabin that, as Edward was quoted as saying and told us, none of these other cabins other than Look In and Bughouse have ever taken on water. And again, that's from a rise from the Guadalupe. This was just something completely, different from.
One final question, or did you have something, Michael?
I just wanted to add, it requires speculation to think about what was in the mind of Dick Eastland. But I think we can draw some reasonable inferences about it, and it, combined with what we learned from Edward Eastland, I don't think that their behavior makes sense if they thought that it was possible that this water could go where it went. I'm inclined to think the evidence supports the idea that they believed that the water would not go higher. You have to believe they would have done something different, right? If they took seriously the risk that the water would go higher. What I think was likely a problem is that the flash flood was a different category of risk from the risk of flooding that is reflected in a 100-year floodplain line or a 500-year floodplain line. Their actions on that morning of July 4 don't reflect recognition that even as the water rose to a point that they had not seen before and that they thought was as high as it ever could come, that they still were exposed to a risk of a flash flood, that wall of water that was described in the video, which unfortunately is what happened.
One final question. We know about teacher-student ratios. As we look at things to improve what we've already done, and what we need to do. Should there be a counselor camper ratio?
There is a camper-counselor ratio in the administrative code, and I don't necessarily have a problem with the way it's structured necessarily, but I do believe that it's impossible to only have 2 counselors when counselors get nights off. It's just simply, to me, it just feels simply impossible, even from a minor standpoint, like the examples I gave. If a child was inconsolable or a child threw up or just any number of scenarios. So it's not so much the ratios that and of course, let me be clear, I'm certainly not an expert in that, right? But that's not what jumps out at me. What jumps out at me is the understaffing.
And the age.
And the age. And just strength in numbers, right? 3 people can make a better decision. And if something weird happens in the middle of the night, you have somebody that you can dispatch to get the help that you need. And now with walkie-talkies, they'll be able to ask for the help they need.
Thank you again.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Real quick, a couple things. The map up there, floodway, and I've gotten more pushback than you can imagine of not wanting to comply, or that's going to cost me money, or I'm going to lose cabins, et cetera. All of those would meet those criteria pretty much. I think Twins was kind of right there on the edge, but under the new law, there would not be kids sleeping there. But the industry has not been happy about that, just to say. The trigger point. Let me give you the other trigger point conversations. It's the biggest weekend of our community. It's the most time when everybody's here. We don't want to sound a false alarm. So that's the conversations, right? I can tell you there was changes or things not done because not this particular instance, but this culture, this industry has lots of political pressure put on it, right? If something doesn't go well for a kid, then phone calls are made and things are changed or things are not done or things don't want to get done. So it's a bigger than just the Eastlands. It's a whole mindset. And these families got caught up in some of those histories of we not want you to do that. That's not something my kid wants to do. I can hear it now. We all can. So there's that element to it. You said it to effect. You articulate really, really well. I'm a CPA. I'm not supposed to talk well. I just do numbers.
I don't know. My husband might disagree with you.
I would say the other thing too, and I don't think this happens with intent or with awareness, but confidence can breed subtle arrogance that's inherent, that you just take it on. I've got this, right? But to your all's conversation, Chairman Darby and the judge headed out there right off the bat when we started back on the questions, and he was spot on. Because of that particular, I got this, I'm going to run this, or not, they had no plan for a flash flood.
Correct.
They had none. And the reason they didn't have one that was effective is because they never planned for it. And if they had planned for it, they would not have trained for it under the current leadership. So it would have done no good to even have the flash flood plan, because the very frontline people charged with getting out of it would never have been made a part of it. I used to do cruises. I don't like to do cruises anymore. But the muster drill, I gripe. First thing you do, you get on the boat, you get settled in, and all of a sudden you're called out in the hallways, and you're throwing your life jackets on and doing the whole thing, and you're like, really, why bother? And I think, I'm not sure, and I'll be corrected, I don't think they do them anymore on some cruise lines because people push back. I think the last one I did, I don't think we did one, and I asked about it. And I think they just kind of gave a general speaker of evacuation plans. So there's enough change that needs to happen to go around for all parties involved. But this one, because of that I did this in 87, so it's going to work in 2025. By the way, I know smarter than everybody, collective minds together. My mind's going to beat everybody as a group. Those kind of attitudes and arrogance that comes through with that, whether it was, it just is deadly.
Senator
because
Perry,
they had no plan.
I could not agree more, and I just want to point out something you're saying, that that this pushback that you're getting is just, it's deadly. Because one thing that I forgot to say in the 1987 flood is, of course, that 10 campers died. And so I was in college in 1987 in Austin. So I was an adult when 10 campers died, and I'm an adult now, 38 years later, when 27 campers died, and Dick Eastland. And am I going to be 70 when boys at La Junta die, or Camp Stewart, or Rio Vista, or any of other those? I mean, when is the complacency of building sleeping cabins on a river gonna? When are we going to zoom out and look at every couple of decades? Are we prepared to sacrifice campers on the altar of having cabins on the waterfront instead of up on the bluff? I mean, I understand that there are people listening to this saying I don't understand and you know, et cetera. But I mean, that's why you're here.
I'll make the one point too that's been made clearly, and it's the sad irony of it, the obedience factor. If you would have had a plan that was practiced and mustered and taught, the obedience, the culture of obedience and a submission to authority in that culture with those counselors and those people that would have been dedicated that responsibility to actually do the plan would have been 100% successful. And that's what the irony in my mind I keep twisting. These kids would have done anything you asked them or told them or taught them or asked them to do, but for lack of just a whole host of things we've talked about, they didn't get an option to be obedient for the one thing that could have happened that night. When I picked the trigger point, what I was told is you have somewhere between 2 and 3 hours before a flash flood occurs or does not. And I made a comment, there may be a lot of checkers playing in the rec halls. But that's a cost I'm willing to take. But the point, I guess, is it just shouldn't have been here this way. But the obedience of those kids, if properly instructed and trained and shown and walked the path when they got there, the first 30 minutes, we're going to take an evacuation route. If this one's not good, take this one. It just solves a whole host of issues.
They would have done it and done it well.
They'd have known immediately. The chaos. When you said those kids and that one little girl turned back to get her blanket, well, she was, to your point, there was no rope with a line and kids staying in it, or, fire drills. You go out in the hall, tornado drills, Mary, and you stick your head in the knees, and you don't say a word. It's automatic. No excuse. But I want to keep going back. It's not just Camp Mystic.
No, it's not.
And when Dishes comes tomorrow, I'm interested to see what the new form has on it and what detail it goes into and how depth and how check the boxes isn't an option. I'll see where they're at.
Members, any more questions? None.
Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Perry covered a lot of the ground I wanted to go over. One of the things that I think that we, as policymakers, I think the theme for today is we need to take out the human factor. Because may he rest in peace, but Mr. Eastland, whatever his intentions are, Judge, you said it, we cannot get into his mind and know what his mindset was or wasn't at the time. In my opinion, that's, at this point, it's irrelevant. At this point, what do we do in the future? And we've heard there must be a plan. There must be practice. There must be there must be these things in place that would take the human factor out for error. But one of the concerns that I see, and I was reading an article about how when FEMA in 2011 had a lot of their buildings, the Camp Mystic buildings, in the floodplain and flood zone, that there was an appeal that in 2013 FEMA then went out and pulled some of those buildings out, and then back they went again and did it again in 2019 and 20. Did y'all go over that at all? Did y'all review those?
We're aware of it.
Okay.
Again, this has been raised as part of the allegations in some of the lawsuits. I think there's nothing inherently sinister about people seeking a review of how a floodplain line is drawn on a map, if it affects your property. I think it's a complex question that, you know, may or may not end up being the subject of litigation as to, you know, all of the factors that went into that, how it occurred, whether it was justified, whether it has any impact on, you know, anything that happened. I will reiterate, I don't think that had an impact on the story that we felt like we had been primarily charged to investigate and report to you about. And as I said, a complex question that, you know, was not part of what we've tried to resolve ourselves.
Okay, Judge. Thank you, Judge. One of the other questions I think that Chairman Perry talks about the 2 hours from the flood warning. One of the things that's different that I'm not sure if you visited with any meteorologists or experts in the topography of the geology of the region. If you have the confluence of the Edmonton Creek and the Cypress Creek, and you're at the headwaters, and then you've got cliffs on both sides, it seems to me, based on the timeline, that flash flood, where it went from, I guess, wherever it was to 29 feet, that was about a 45-minute window, if it's what it seems like to me. I see one of your teammates nodding. So did you meet with anybody? Because, I mean, that means that's how much less time they have. Has anybody testified to, or did you talk to anybody about that?
We have not. We have not.
Okay.
No, sir.
All right. Well, that just makes that flash flood warning trigger that much more.
More imminent.
Yeah, more imminent. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you,
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Chairman.
One more question. Alert fatigue.
Senator Kokhorst?
One follow-up. Thank you. One follow-up. Senator Hughes mentioned alert fatigue, and I want to get a clarification on a statement you all made. You were going through your timelines on July the 3rd, and you said 91 flash flood warnings in the last 25 years. Was that for Kerr County, or what was that specific to?
So that was information that was given to us by one of the attorneys for the Eastlands. It was a data point that there were 91 flash flood warnings. My understanding was that encompassed the Camp Mystic area, you know, relevant to that area. Our research, which I do want to be very clear, we did some solid research, but we need to really drill down on it. We could only find since 2009 3 during camp sessions.
And that's what I wrote. Only 3
years.
since 2009 during camp sessions per our investigators. I would love to have clarification where those 91, and I want to make sure they were warnings and not watches. And one of the things that we found through our summer, for those of us that served, I see there's probably about 4 of us that served in the special sessions. We heard that, and we heard that from a lot of people that were caught up, whether it was near San Angelo or whether it was in, Kendall County or Kerr County. And I think it's real important that for safety, that we start to really, get better about this. And
we can firm up those numbers for you.
I really do. Because
Yes, ma'am.
I also want to say that during the special session, we all kind of forget about all those things, or maybe the public didn't even know all the things we did during special session, but we have set aside, obviously about $50 million for river warning gauges, I think, Mr. Chairman, and specifically going to be deployed. And that was what I was going to get to. I have personally inquired recently that I would like to see those installed or moving forward by the time we get to camp season or summer season. Number 2, we're spending roughly $25 to $30 million on weather deployment that we're going to get even better at, so that we can gauge what we call these rain bursts or these micro bursts of things. And so As y'all get that to us, I want to know, is that a watch? Is that a warning?
Sure.
And drill down into that
I'm
because
pretty sure they were warnings, but I will
yeah,
clarify that.
That's super important.
Mm-hmm.
Again, if you're listening, take these things seriously. Your life truly depends on it. Thank you.
For sure.
Senator Hughes?
And thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank everyone for their indulgence. But thank you purely in the nature of cleanup to make sure I haven't missed anything. We've rightly talked a lot about the ages and the experience of the counselors and about the number of counselors per cabin and what it was historically, and we'll be able to talk about that tomorrow. Do we know, in the course of your research, have you discovered, are there any industry standards? We know they're not, we know what the regs are, but do we know if there are industry standards or how this is done in camps generally?
Well, the administrative code does require age requirements. It's a little bit vague. It's frankly something that we've thought could be cleaned up a little bit. There are two definitions in there. One is adult supervisor, has to be 18. So there is a law regarding the age. It's not perfectly written there, and then there are the ratios in that same admin code. So the ratios are set up already. The age requirements are set up. The admin code doesn't say there needs to be 3. It says there needs to be this ratio. But then when you have the situation where somebody's gone for 4 hours for their evening off or gone during the day for whatever amount of time, then you have that skewed number.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, thank you all very much for your objective and factual investigation and your presentation, which I believe is very important for all of us to hear, but especially for the people of Texas that are listening, everyone who's been deeply, deeply affected by this July 4th flood. There's no one, I believe, and no matter whether you call yourself on one, to me there's no side. The only side we're on, I believe everybody is on, is that there's no one who wants a place that takes our babies that we knowingly allow them to operate. That we knowingly allow as was quoted, I'll use your quote, Ms. Garrett, a complacent flood culture to operate. There's no one, I believe, that would say we should allow that. And I've handled a lot of events in my career, hurricanes, and incident command and emergency management. I understand it very deeply. And in that, you prepare. You don't. It's not about preparing for what may happen. You prepare for what will happen. In hurricanes, you prepare for a 5. You don't prepare for a 1. Mm-hmm. And if you know that we have a history of this type of disaster, you're at a grassland or tornado alley or wherever you're at, it is incumbent upon all of us, as Chairman Meyer and I have spoken about, at all layers to be prepared, and for industry to also be prepared and be responsible. And so I think that's clearly an objective of ours, is to continue to ensure through legislation and policy that we make sure that when our children are sent to camps and entrusted there, and the camp culture is very important to Texas, very important to the families, generations, but you have an expectation that when they are there, they are safe, and the industry is prepared to take care of them and take all measures to work with at all layers to ensure the safety, especially with known hazards. I think that it should be a place where your children go to have the time of their life, but not go there to have a high probability of losing your life because you're not prepared for your responsibility, no matter who you are. At the same time, we want to be able to make sure that all of our Texas citizens, no matter where they're at, in river basins, all over a hurricane alley, that we do everything we can to make sure that the agencies that are working there to ensure their safety, that we're working lockstep to make sure our Texans are safe. I just wanted to just follow up with the tour that we made and some comments of yours, especially Ms. Garrett, the 21 steps. So when the young ladies, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but they went from Chatterbox and Nut Hut, and they were told to walk, what was it, Nut? And they're asked to walk, they walked right by Twin and Bubble. So their younger sisters, the babies were there, they walked right by them and to the rec hall. And so at that point, am I correct or incorrect to state that at that point, as the older girls were walking right by their sisters and the babies, could have said, let's go, and they would be alive today.
Had the counselors been told in Twins 1 and Twins 2 and Bubble to join Jumble House and the others walking to Rec Hall, they certainly were able to do that then. And you touched on one of the impact crater things, is that there are several families sitting behind me whose daughters did walk by their younger sisters and did ask, can I get my sister? And they were told they're okay, they're with their, they're going to be fine, right? And it's just an incomprehensible concept that children could walk by these cabins and not follow along, like you said, and not be told by an authority figure to, instead of to stay put, to go with their sisters.
So the planning across the board through all layers as we move forward to take action on the facts that you all have presented. The ultimate goal, I believe, is to ensure that we're ready for when this happens again. Texas is better prepared. Would that be an accurate statement?
Absolutely. I mean, it's not a matter of if it'll happen again. It's a matter of when it will happen. We've seen that. We know that. The history is clear. We can't have an attitude that something is unprecedented or can't possibly be this bad. I mean, that's just such flawed thinking. So absolutely, we have to be prepared, and there cannot be a slip back into complacency. We can't allow that.
So would you agree that complacency kills?
For sure. No, unquestionably.
So it's incumbent upon us all, those of us in doing policy and those out in the industry and throughout the state, that we take away this, as you said, your quote, complacency culture. Would be the big step in the right direction. I think we've done that with a lot of legislation that we've had. But I want to, again, thank you all for the facts, objective facts. That's what we wanted, and we wanted our fellow Texans to hear. And so as we move forward to tomorrow, we'll be hearing more from Dishes and Tatum and the families and the Eastlands. And then we'll be able to go on with this conversation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Just one more thing. Ms. Garrett and Judge Massengill, thank you again. Obviously, we appreciate all the hard work and effort. I was wondering if you each had a moment, if you wanted to provide any closing thoughts on this as a whole. I know we all here would like to provide you the opportunity, as you've been digging in for months and months and months and 140 interviews and I would just like to hear any closing thoughts that you may have before we adjourn for today.
Sure. You go ahead. And then I'll take over.
Sure. Well, our process is continuing. We are looking forward to hearing what will be said here tomorrow, and I think that there's an opportunity for some follow-up questions. I think today's discussion has highlighted some things that you may want to ask of all the different people who will be appearing before you, and I hope that that they're all having an opportunity to hear what we're discussing today, to be prepared. I'm hoping that that the Eastlands will take advantage of an opportunity to speak to you, but also to these families. I think this is an important opportunity. And I guess I just want to emphasize that we're going to be listening to that, to take it into account to the report that you've asked us to work on. And so, all of the information that we've shared with you today is based on, our best understanding of the facts as we've learned them so far, and we'll continue to try to refine and improve all of those understandings for that report. And I think it's an important thing you've asked us to do, so we appreciate the trust that you've placed in us.
Yes, sir. And I would just say that I think I summed it up at the end of my remarks already. So, but give a lawyer a microphone, right? And they will say it as many times as people will listen. One of the things that has made Michael and I so effective together, and Heather and Kim, but is that we have been a real yin and yang in Uvalde and here, right? You can see that I'm a little bit more emotional about things. He's always very deliberate. But it is true that I have absorbed a lot of grief. I'm thankful for it. I thank God that He prepared me for this job and that I could help bear the burdens of these people on both sides. I'm thankful to them for opening up their hearts and their vulnerability and their family stories. Some of the things they told me were deeply personal, that I would never share in public, but that I will always hold very, very close in my heart, okay, and my soul. And again, everybody in this room, both sides, as for lack of a better word, Chairman Flores, you pointed that out, doesn't have to be sides. I hold these stories with just, great deference and gratitude that they shared them with us. And as I said in my closing remarks earlier, I'll just reiterate, I am so trusting of you guys to do something with these stories. Let it not just end after the report is finished being written and adopted. I remain, even after 58 years on this planet, hopeful in our system and hopeful that this profound call to action will not fall on dead ears, and it's not. It's clearly not. And I just really look forward to seeing where you guys take this pain and this grief and this event and all the good that you're going to do. So thank you for the opportunity to work for you.
Very good. Thank you both. We appreciate you. The state of Texas appreciates you.
Thank you all for your testimony. Members, senators, we will meet tomorrow, April the 28th at 10 a.m. in this same room to hear from invited witnesses. With that, is there any other business to come before the committee? The Senate General Investigating Committee on the July 2025 flooding event stands at recess, subject to the call of the chair.
Members, is there any other business to be discussed before we adjourn? Seeing none, the chair moves to adjourn. Is there objection? Hearing none, the House General Investigating Committee on the July 2025 flooding events stands adjourned, subject to the call of the chair.
Good job.